From Castle Rexworth and the Rexworth Estates, I bid you good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are and whenever you are. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth, and I welcome you to our Saturday stream. Changing it up just a little bit, I know that on the stream schedule it had mentioned I would be on YouTube. Decided instead to go over to Twitch today. Just, I don't know. Had a feeling, funny feeling, you know, one of those little gut instinct things, but you don't really question it, you just follow it, and I figure the times that I do that, it actually works out rather well for me, so we'll see. Pink Zombie, Akihiro, welcome, both of you. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope everybody's having a wonderful, lovely weekend, a safe and restful Saturday. I hope you had a chance to perhaps either see directly or indirectly that interesting solar eclipse that was happening through most of North America, I believe, and other parts of the world may be able to view it. I'm not sure, but I caught some rather interesting pictures of what the sun was doing to the shadows, especially as the sun was casting through leaves on a tree just outside my house. It was sort of bending the light and turning into these lovely little crescent shapes. Caught a little 20-second video of that on my phone, and it was like this sort of twinkling of little crescent stars or little crescent moons on the ground. It was a rather lovely phenomenon. I'll have to post the video later on, but I did post some pictures of them. Wasn't in the path. Oh no! Slept over the eclipse. Oh, it's all right, Aki. I'm sure plenty of other people have been taking pictures. There's probably video and photographs everywhere about it. So, you know, this fantastic wired world that we're in these days, and where everyone is connected and the whole world is talking to each other. You know, you'll probably be able to watch it after the fact. You know, in streamer lingo, you can catch the VOD later. But I did post a couple of pictures on the Discord, which, by the way, if you're not part of the Discord already, let me go ahead and pull that up for everybody who's new here. If you haven't already, do join the Castle Rexworth Discord. The gates are open. Do join us. Do hang out with all of us, especially when I'm not streaming. Great place to keep in touch. And then, of course, there's all the other links available at lordrexworth.com. Again, that is lordrexworth.com. Let's see, quick housekeeping here. Let's do some sponsors. First sponsor is Dubby. Now, what is Dubby, you may ask? It is an energy drink that you can mix at home that has no jitters and no crash. And each drink is about it's about $1 per serving. Which is better value than you can get at the coffee shops these days. Dubby is formulated to give you focus and energy, no jitters or crash. The formula contains vitamins, amino acids, nootropics, including the patented Neurofactor. Dubby contains no calories, no sugar, no maltodextrin, no fillers, no artificial colors. In other words, no nonsense. Go to w.gg and use the code LordRexworth at checkout for 10% off your order. That's Lord Rexworth, all one word, at checkout, 10% off your order. A variety of different flavors to choose from, all of them delicious. Calio Cream, Push and Punch, Big Energy Tears, which is a blueberry flavor, Dragonade, which is a dragon fruit punch, Beach and Peach, which is, I think, a peaches and cream type flavor. No, Mango White Peach Cooler, that's right. That's what that is. There's Galaxy Grenade, which is watermelon, guava, and lime, and an explosion of deliciousness. And then there's Dub Sludge, which is a Granny Smith apple and secret sauce flavor. And there's one I'm rather excited about. I've ordered one myself. It's called Calio Cream. It's a mango orange cream flavor. I just got the notification the other day it's being shipped. I'll let you know how it tastes, but I'm sure it's going to taste good. So, if you're interested, they also have starter sampler packs where you can try a variety of 4 of their different flavors. You can also build your own 2-tub bundle and save that way. You can build a 5-tub bundle and get all 5 flavors. For normally they're about $200 each, but that's knock $50 off your purchase of 5 tubs for $149.99. Keep yourself fully stocked throughout the winter and into early spring, depending on how much you use. I don't know. That might not last me through the winter, given my caffeine intake. They also got steel cups, and they've got anime waifu merchandise. You have to check it out. And then they've got these beautiful desk mouse pads that are extra large. They've got this one that's a cotton candy city skyline with a Tokyo skyline in the background. It's absolutely lovely. It's been sold out, waiting for them to restock that. But w.gg, use the code Lord Rexworth at checkout for 10% off your order. Stay hydrated and energized with Dubby. Be better. Anime waifu, I'm sold. Well, and by the way, Pink and Aki, you go to w.gg and you look at the anime waifu merch. Especially, check out the anime blue Dubby tattoo shirt. Who does that remind us of? I actually DM'd her about that the other day, and we both thought the resemblance was rather striking. So, yeah. Don't know if she should be asking for royalties on that or not, but there it is. It's a lovely design though. Is it our? Yeah, it is. It is. It is. You'll have to check it out for yourself though. w.gg, and use that code Lord Rexworth at checkout. We're also sponsored by by Wise. Let me go ahead and pull up the link there. Right. Expats all over the world are using Wise to send money back to their families at home. And with a multi-currency account, they can also get local banking details in the UK, the US, Australia, the Eurozone, New Zealand, Singapore, Canada, Romania, Turkey, Hungary, to pay their bills in their home country. If you're looking to send money abroad, or even spend money while you're on holiday abroad, consider Wise. It's a great tool for sending money internationally with low fees and spending like a local. It's much cheaper than your local bank, and there's no foreign transaction fees whenever you swipe your card whilst you're traveling internationally. You can also get your own local bank account details in Europe, the UK, the US, Australia, and New Zealand with a Wise borderless account. Click the link there in chat and open your Wise account today. Spend like a local. Spend wise. That's very wise. Very good, Aki. Thank you for that. I'm going to buy it when I get monies. Nice. Nice. Right. That'll do it for sponsors. With all of that out of the way, wise up, peeps. I love that. I love that. I'm going to have to write these down and use these. Wise up, peeps, and use wise. And that's very wise. I like that. I like that. I'm actually going to write this down. This is good stuff. Let's see. That's very wise. This is good stuff. This is good content. This is quality content right here. All right. Oh, and let's see. Right, His Lordship is putting out the tip jar too. You can support me directly with a donation via Stream Elements. You may notice I'm not technically a Twitch affiliate yet, but that's all right. I can still go out and get my own sponsorships, and I can also be supported directly with donations via Stream Elements. The link is there in the chat. And with all of that out of the way, let's go ahead and pull up our first game. We're going to be playing Doki Doki Literature Club. Let's see. I'm going to load up the plus version for this one. Actually, you know what? If there's any difference between the two. Well, I guess you get more with the with Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. Let's just play that one. That'll be fine. Let's get this waifu bread. Yeah. Full disclaimer, all characters in the game are over the age of 18. That's the disclaimer that just came up on the screen. Game not suitable for children or those who are easily disturbed. Well, I don't think we have to worry about that. Individuals suffering from anxiety or depression may not have a positive experience playing this game. Yeah, thankfully I don't really have to worry about that myself, but those of you who might be suffering from chronic anxiety or depression, yes, full disclaimer, you may not have a positive experience viewing this game, so do be careful, and I won't mind if you wanted to switch over to to someone else. Would you like to review detailed content warnings which contain spoilers? Alternatively, in-game content warnings can be enabled in the settings menu. Oh, come on. We're grown adults here. We don't need this. We don't need this. You agree? You have noted the game's age rating in your region. You consent to your exposure of highly disturbed. Yes, 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 I agree. We're grown adults here, people. I think we can handle this. And again, it tells us it's not suitable for children who are easily disturbed. Let's see here. Let's toggle off full screen version. Pull this back to a perspective that is... Pull back my system music here. Can we read the policy? Let's get this captured on a window. There we go, and I'll put the music down like so. Butterfly Love, welcome in. Everybody do go follow Butterfly, aka Lorelei Chow. Set to have a debut fairly soon. She and I share a model and rigger parent, both Mama and Papa, through Nullus Art, which my own model will be debuting soon. But thank you so much for joining. Right, here we are. Gives you an idea what we're in for, chat. Lots of dear lovely anime waifus. Some tsundere, and some just a bit bashful, and others just all around cheerful. Right, new game. Please enter your name. Lord Rexworth. Hey. I see an annoying girl running toward me from the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. That girl is Sayori, my neighbor, and my good friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend you never see yourself making today, but just kind of works out because you've known each other for so long. I'm sure we all have friends that are like that. I know I have. We used to walk to school together on days like this, but starting around high school, she'd oversleep more and more frequently. I mean, as you do when you're a teenager. And I'd get tired of waiting up. But if she's going to chase after me like this, I almost feel better off running away. Oh, don't do that, lad. Don't do that. However, I just sigh and idle in front of the crosswalk and let Sayori catch up to me. Huh, huh, huh. Oh, she's a cute one, isn't she? Look at that bow in her hair. Charming. Absolutely charming. I think I'd marry her just for the bow in her hair. I overslept again. But I caught you this time. Maybe, but only because I decided to stop and wait for you. Yeah, you say that like you were thinking about ignoring me. Only playfully so. Only in the most seductive fashion possible. That's mean, your lordship. Well, if people stare at you for acting weird, I don't want them to think we're a couple or something. Actually, no, scratch that. I'd love for everyone to think that we were a couple. Fine, fine, but you did wait for me after all. I guess you don't have it in you to be mean even if you want to. No, of course not, darling. I could never be mean to you. Perish the thought. How would anyone, who would dare be so mean and so cruel to this dear, lovely girl named Sayori? I mean, just look at her, chat. She is just an absolute darling. Whatever you say, Sayori. We cross the street together and we make our way to school. And as we draw near, the streets become increasingly speckled with little students making their daily commute. By the way, Rex, yeah? Have you decided on a club to join yet? A club? I told you already, I'm really not interested in joining any clubs. Not unless there's a throne for me to sit on in the middle of the room and everybody to just sort of worship me in adoration at my feet. That's the only club that such a dignified person like myself would ever consider deigning with my presence. I haven't been looking either. That's not true. You told me you would join a club this year. Did I? I'm sure it's possible that I did in one of our many conversations where I just dismissively go along with whatever she's going on about. Yes, ladies, we men, we tend to do that. It's called keeping the peace. It's called relationship diplomacy. Very often, we will humor you, because to say anything otherwise would mean, at best, sleeping on the couch at night. At worst, sudden death. Sayori likes to worry a little too much about me when I'm perfectly content just getting by on the average while spending my free time on games and anime. That sounds absolutely lovely, and yet the way it's worded, it also sounds a bit sad. Though it's not really. I mean, there are worse ways of living. Uh-huh. I was talking about how worried that you won't learn how to socialize or have any skills before college. Your happiness is really important to me, you know. Oh, darling, you do care. I knew you cared. And I know you're happy now, but I die at the thought of you becoming a NEET in a few years because you're not used to the real world. I'm a bit conflicted at this. On the one hand, it's like, oh, wait, don't want to become a NEET, do we? And then another part of me is like, that sounds wonderful. You trust me, right? Don't make me keep worrying about you. Darling, if you keep worrying about me, that's on you. That's a you problem. That's not me. I don't worry about a great many things. I just sort of go with the flow. Certain things are just beyond our control, and they're going to happen no matter what. So what's the use worrying about it? All right, all right. I'll look at a few clubs if it makes you happy. No promises, though. Will you at least promise me you'll try a little? Yeah, I guess I'll promise you that too. Yay! Why do I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl? That is a good question. Rather ironic one, too, isn't it? More than that, I'm surprised I even let myself relent to her. I guess seeing her worry so much about me makes me want to ease her mind at least a little bit, even if she does exaggerate everything inside of her head. Yeah. The school day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall, looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs. Sayori wants me to check out some clubs. Rather check out some golf clubs and hit the range. Though there's an idea. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club. I mean, that would be choice one, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it, chat? Hello? Sayori? Sayori must have come into the classroom while I was spacing out. I look around and realize I'm the only one left in the classroom. I thought I'd catch you coming out of the classroom, but I saw you were just sitting here and spacing out, so I came in. Honestly, you're even worse than me sometimes. I'm impressed. I'm glad I could impress with something, darling. You don't need to wait up for me if it's going to make you late to your own club, you know. Well, I thought you might need some encouragement, so I thought, know what? Well, that you could come to my club. Sayori, yeah? There's no way in hell that I'm going to your club. Oh, you meanie. Sayori is vice president of the literature club. Actually, that doesn't sound so bad, the literature club. I mean, it's book club. Sayaki, you get it. You get it. Not that I was ever aware she had any interest in literature. Well, I certainly do. In fact, I'm 99% sure she only did it because she thought it would be fun to help start a new club. You got to take the initiative somewhere, right? Since she was the first one to show interest after the one who proposed the club, she inherited the title Vice President. Hey, it looks good on the resume. That said, my interest in literature is guaranteed to be even less. Ugh. This alternate universe version of myself. You're starting to sound like a Philistine. Yeah, I'm going to the anime club. Come on, please. Why do you care so much anyway? Well, I kind of told the club yesterday I'd bring in a new member. And Natsuki made cupcakes and everything. Don't make promises you can't keep, love. Can't tell if Sayori is really that much of an airhead or if she's just so cunning as to have planned all of this out. I let out a long sigh. Fine. I'll stop by for a cupcake, okay? Yay, let's go! And thus today marks the day I sold my soul for a cupcake. Well, to be fair, lad, people have done it for less. Homer Simpson sold his soul for a donut. I dejectedly follow Sayori across the school and upstairs, a section of the school that I rarely visit. Sayori, full of energy, swings open the classroom door. Everyone, the new member is here. I told you, don't call me a new member. I glance around the room. Welcome to the Literature Club. It's a pleasure meeting you. Sayori always says nice things about you. Seriously? You brought a boy? Way to kill the atmosphere. Ah, Lord Rexworth, what a nice surprise. Welcome to the club. All words escape me in this situation. Except maybe one. Nerd. This club is full of incredibly cute girls. What are you looking at? If you want to say something, say it. Sorry. Natsuki. The girl with the sour attitude, whose name is apparently Natsuki, is one I don't recognize. Her small figure makes her look like a first-year student. She's also the one who made cupcakes, according to Sayori. You can just ignore her when she gets moody. Sayori says that quietly into my ear, then turns back toward the other girls. Anyway, this is Natsuki, always full of energy. And this is Yuri, the smartest in the club. Don't say things like that. But, darling, you do seem the most intelligent and bookish type here. I rather like that. It's a pity you're not wearing glasses. Because unlike the popular saying, this English nobleman always makes passes at girls who wear glasses. Yuri, who appears comparably more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with people like Sayori and Natsuki. Ah, well, it's nice to meet both of you. And it sounds like you already know Monica, is that right? That's right. Great to see you again, your lordship. Monica smiles sweetly. I think I'd marry her just for the smile. We do know each other. Well, we rarely talked, but we were in the same class last year. Monica was probably the most popular girl in class. She's smart, she's beautiful, she's athletic. Basically, completely out of my league. Might be completely out of your league, lad, but she's not out of mine. So having her smile at me so genuinely feels a little nerd. You too, Monica. Come, sit down, Rex. We made room for you at the table so you can sit next to me or Monica. I'll get the cupcakes. Aye, I made them. I'll get them. Sorry, got a little too excited. Then how about I make some tea as well? Yuri, darling. You know exactly the way to an Englishman's heart, don't you? I think I'll marry you as well. I think I'll marry all of you and form a beautiful harem of lovely anime waifus. You shall all be my queens. The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. As Sayori mentioned, it's been widened so that there's one space next to Monica and one space next to Sayori. Natsuki and Yuri walk over to the corner of the room where Natsuki grabs a wrapped tray and Yuri opens the closet. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Sayori. Natsuki proudly marches back to the table, tray in hand. Okay, are you ready? Ta-da! Wow! Natsuki lifts the foil off the tray to reveal a dozen white, fluffy cupcakes, decorated to look like little cats. The whiskers are drawn with icing, and little pieces of chocolate were used to make ears. So cute! I had no idea you were so good at baking, Natsuki. Well, you know. Just hurry and take one. Sayori grabs one first. Then Monica. I follow. Oishi, it's delicious. Sayori talks with her mouth full and has barely managed to get icing on her face. I turn the cupcake around in my fingers, looking for the best angle to take a bite. Natsuki is quiet. I can't help but notice her sneaking glances in my direction. Is she waiting for me to take a bite? I finally bite down. The icing. Oh, it's sweet and full of flavor. I wonder if she's made it herself. Oh, this is so good, darling. Thank you, Natsuki. Why are you thanking me? It's not like I... Oh, haven't I heard this somewhere before? It's not like I made them for you or anything, baka. I thought technically you did. Sayori said, well, maybe, but not for you, you know, you baka. Yes, tsundere. We found the tsundere, and in no time flat. Of course, they do tend to introduce themselves rather early. All right, all right. I give up on Natsuki's weird logic and dismiss the conversation. Yuri returns to the table, carrying the tea set. She carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot next to the cupcake tray. You keep a whole tea set in this classroom? Don't worry, the teachers gave us permission. I should hope so. I'll have to send in the Royal Navy, the RAF, and the British Army if they don't. After all, doesn't a hot cuppa help you enjoy a good book? It does. You see, Yuri, I knew there was something I liked about you. There was just something. A bit of that X factor. Or as the French call it, a certain je ne sais quoi. I guess. Don't let yourself get intimidated. Yuri's just trying to impress you. Well, she is succeeding, my dear Monica. She is succeeding in all ways. Yes. Yes, the way to an Englishman's heart oftentimes starts with a lovely cuppa. Ah, I could go for one right now, actually. That's not... Insulted, Yuri looks away. I meant that, you know. I believe you, darling. I just want food. Well, go get food, Aki. Go on, then. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. Monica raises an eyebrow, then smiles at me. Ah, what's for lunch, Aki? I'm curious. So, what made you consider the literature club? Oh, I was afraid of this question. Something tells me I shouldn't tell Monica that I was practically dragged here by Sayori. Well, I haven't joined any clubs yet, and Sayori seemed really happy here, so not cupcakes, unfortunately. Ah, well, there's always dessert. There's always later on tonight. That's okay. Don't be embarrassed. We'll make sure you feel right at home, okay? I might do more than let you make me feel right at home, my dear Monica. As president of the Literature Club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone. Oh, and you succeed. Monica, I'm surprised. How come you decided to start your own club? You could probably be a board member from any of the major clubs. Weren't you a leader of the debate club last year? Well, you know, got into a bit of a nasty argument, did we? Been there before. All rather young and hot-headed and a bit extreme in our views. It takes age to moderate us over time and to help to temper the passions, as it were, though not necessarily extinguishing them entirely. Hmm. Hmm. Chat, God bless my mum. The Baroness Rexworth has returned with ice cream for the entire household, and she brought me some. So I'm going to be eating this whilst we play Doki Doki Literature Club. Hmm. Vanilla ice cream with Butterfinger mixed in. Hmm. Delicious. To be honest, I can't stand all the politics around the major clubs. It feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity and how to prepare for events. Ah, the logistics are getting you down, I see. Well, sometimes it is necessary to go back to the basics, go back to first principles. Hmm. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. And if it encourages others to get into literature, then I'm fulfilling that dream. There to go, Monica. That's the way to look at it. Cheers. Monica really is a great leader. Indeed, she is. Yuri also nods in agreement. I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet, though. Must be hard to start a new club. Well, you could put it that way. Not many people are very interested in putting out all the effort to start something brand new, especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention, like literature. You just it's just how you sell it, I think. I mean, honestly, just think of podcasting, for example. How many great book podcasts are there that have excited people about reading? And sometimes it's just the subject matter. An entire generation was enthralled by Harry Potter. It actually got kids to pick up books for once and start reading. And they'd read them from cover to cover. And now those children are grown up, and it appears their children, are getting into literature. I myself, I need to get back into literature a bit more. Of course, it helps that I do those reading ASMR streams. I don't know. I've been thinking about some other things that are maybe non-motivational Monday related. There's one in particular, a big project that I'd like to tackle. I think it would be interesting. And let me know your thoughts, chat. What do you think of his lordship doing some reading ASMR of history books? One in particular I thought was a series by Sir Winston Churchill called A History of the English-Speaking Peoples, which is basically a comprehensive history of Great Britain. I think it goes well with the fact that I am an English nobleman VTuber, and it's rather fascinating, and it is considered one of the definitive works on the history of Britain. I think it could be interesting. All right, then. Yeah, you know what? We'll do it then. Excuse me. That settles it then. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile. But it makes school events like the festival that much more important. I'm confident that we can all really grow this club before we graduate. Right, everyone? Yeah, we'll do our best. You know it. Everyone enthusiastically agrees. Such different girls, but all interested in the same goal. Monica must have worked really hard just to find these three. Maybe that's why they're all so delighted by the idea of a new member joining. Though I still don't really know if I can keep up with their level of enthusiasm about literature. So, Rex, what kind of things do you like to read? Well, considering how little I've read these past few years, I don't really have a good way of answering that. Manga? I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. Looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet. Not much of a reader, I guess. Well, that can change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri? Well, let's see. Yuri traces the rim of a teacup with her finger. I wish they had an animation for that. I'm sure there's a GIF out there somewhere. Especially if you animate it just right, it can be most seductive. Classic way of gauging a girl's interest in you, chat. Especially if you're sitting down to tea. She starts tracing the rim of a teacup with her finger. That's how you know she's interested in you. And you definitely know she's interested if she starts tracing the rim of other things. Hey-oh. My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. Ah. She sounds like she would be a fan of J.R.R. Tolkien and the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit series. Which has another idea. You know, Tolkien is always considered one of those iconic authors of English literature, especially with the fantasy genre. All right, chat, I put the question to you. His Lordship, reading through either The Hobbit or the Lord of the Rings trilogy, the book versions, what do we think? I think that would be a big challenge. I've been working on that for a long time. But, I don't know. I'd be up for it. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me, indeed. Telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive. Yeah, there's something to be said for world building. I mean, that alone is just. That's a book unto itself, isn't it? Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seems so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up. As she finds her comfort in the world of books, not people. But, you know, I like a lot of things. Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well. Ah, might possibly be a Stephen King reader. Isn't it amazing how a writer can be so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination to completely throw you for a loop? I don't know about lack of imagination, but it is impressive. Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately. Oh, I read a horror book once. Desperately grasps at something that I can relate to at the minimal level. At this rate, Yuri might as well be having a conversation with a rock. Don't sell yourself short, lad. Really? I wouldn't have expected that, Yuri. For someone as gentle as you. Oh, it's always the gentle and the quiet and the sweet ones that tend to have that thing for, um, the scary and the spoopy stuff. Isn't that right, Butterfly? I don't know if you're still in chat. I guess you could say that. But if a story makes me think or takes me to another world, then I really can't put it down. Surreal horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world, if only for a brief moment. Ugh, I hate horror. Oh, why's that? Well, I just... Natsuki's eyes dart over to me for a split second. Never mind. That's right, you usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki? What? What gives you that idea? I don't know. Short pink hair, sort of look like a magical girl from an anime, or perhaps Iron Mouse in her school age days. You left a piece of scrap paper behind the last club meeting. It looked like you were working on a poem called "Don't Say It Out Loud," and give that back. Fine, fine. Your cupcakes, your poems, everything you do is just as cute as you are. Sayori sidles up behind Natsuki and puts her hands on her shoulders. I'm not cute! Natsuki, you write your own poems? Well, I guess sometimes. Why do you care? I think that's impressive, that's all. Why don't you share them with us sometime, eh? No. Natsuki averts her eyes. You wouldn't like them? No, not a very confident writer yet, are we? I understand how Natsuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities, and showing even the deepest reaches of your heart. Or do you have writing experience too, Yuri? Maybe if you share some of your work, you can set an example and help Natsuki feel comfortable enough to share hers. I guess it's the same for Yuri. Oh, I wanted to read everyone's poems. We all sit in silence for a moment, whilst I sip my tea in-game and enjoy this delicious ice cream. Okay, I have an idea, everyone. Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monica. Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. And then, the next time we meet, we'll all share them with each other. That way, everyone's even. Yeah, let's do it. Plus, now that we have a new member, I think it will help us all get a little more comfortable with each other and strengthen the bond of the club. Isn't that right, your lordship? Monica smiles warmly at me once again. Well, hold on, there's still one problem. What's that? Now that we're back to the original topic of me joining the club, I bluntly come forth with what's been on my mind the entire time. I never actually said I would join this club. Sayori may have convinced me to stop by, but I never made any decision, you understand. I still have other clubs to look at, and, I lose my train of thought. All four girls stare back at me with dejected eyes. Alt Universe Rex, you bloody fool. But, I'm sorry, I thought, Rex. Mina-san. Damn it, I'm defenseless against these girls. Why could he say no to such lovely faces? And other things that they have going for them. How am I supposed to make the clear-headed decision when it's like this? Yes, exactly. 'Tis a feature, not a bug. That is, if writing poems is the price I need to pay in order to spend every day with these beautiful girls. Right, okay, I'm decided then. I'll join the literature club. One by one, the girls' eyes light up. Yes, I'm so happy. Sayori wraps her arms around me, jumping up and down. Oi! You really did scare me for a moment. If you really just came for the cupcakes, I would be super pissed. Then that makes it official. Welcome to the literature club. Thank you, I guess. All right, everyone. I think with that, we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Everyone remember tonight's assignment. Write a poem to bring to the next meeting so we can all share. Monica looks over at me once more. Rex, I look forward to seeing how you express yourself. Yeah. Can I really impress the class star Monica with my mediocre writing skills? I already feel the anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri and Natsuki clean up their food. Hey, Rex, since we're already here, do you want to walk home together? Oh, that's right. Sayori and I never walk home together anymore because she always stayed after school for clubs. Sure, might as well. Yay! And with that, the two of us depart the club room and make our way home. The whole way, my mind wanders back and forth between the four girls. Sayori, Natsuki, Yuri, and of course, Monica. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in a literature club? Sipping tea over there, Aki. Perhaps I'll have the chance to grow closer to one of these girls. Oh, how I do wish I could grow closer to all of them. All right. I'll just need to make the most of my circumstances, and I'm sure good fortune will find me. And I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight. It's time to write a poem. Pick words you think your favorite club member will like. Something good might happen with whoever likes your poem the most. Imagination. Only pick one word out of each page. Promise, whistle, breathe, starscape, heartbeat, broken, melody, unrestrained, rose, pout. Chat, what are we thinking? I'm thinking words like unrestrained, starscape, maybe heartbeat, promise, rose. Melody sounds like a good word. I'm horrible at poems. Oh, I'm not all that. I'm not very good either, Aki, don't worry. Just everything with food. Hmm. Let's go with melody. You don't hear people using the word melody too much, except if you work in music, I suppose. Effulgent. I'm actually having to look that one up. What on earth does that mean? Effulgent, shining brightly, radiant, of a person or their expression emanating joy or goodness. Hmm. Let's see. Let's try dance. Yeah. Disoriented, dark, cute, alone, unrequited. Yeah. Hmm. Heaven sent, melancholy, bliss. I like these three words here. Contamination. Yeah. Melancholy means a blend of happiness and sadness, like a bittersweet moment. Heaven sent. Well, that just sounds heavenly, doesn't it? Bliss. Bliss is what you feel whenever you listen to Louis Armstrong, especially that last song that he ever did, We Have All the Time in the World. Hmm. Happiness, destiny, swimsuit, marshmallow, fireworks, essence, love, bunny, kitty, universe. Hmm. I'm picking all of the just romantic and the big words, we'll call them, because I really, really like this one. I like her. She's a lovely girl. Of all the romance arcs that may be possible in this game, I think I definitely would like to pursue this one here. Hmm. Yeah, so far, this girl here, I believe this one's, I'm still getting the names down, but I believe this one's supposed to be Yuri. Honestly, it's kind of a tie for me at this point between Yuri and Monica. She's my favorite too. I like her style. Yeah, it's it's a bit of that classic elegance. There's something rather timeless about the hair. Yuri seems like she seems like she's from a rather well-to-do family of old money, if that makes any sense. So, you know, mm, where to describe them? In American terms, it would be a lot of the older families that reside up in the New England territories. Let's see. Whirlwind, wonderful, journey, infinite, sparkle, peace, adventure, vacation, tenacious, tears. Hmm. I rather like whirlwind. I like journey. Infinite sounds good. Hmm. Adventure. Hmm. Journey? Whirlwind. Now it's getting harder to choose. Journey seems. I don't know. Both journey and adventure seem a little bit overused these days in terms of words. Trying to strike that happy medium of something that's a bit unique without being too out there or, you know, sounding grossly pretentious whenever I put together the poem. Um, you don't hear whirlwind very much. Hmm, desire. I make her so happy every time I pick these words. Climax. AO? Hmm. Fear, graveyard, ambient, defeat, play. Hmm. Let's go with forgive. Yeah, made her happy. Let's see. Fantasy, agonizing, vertigo, fireflies, ocean, excitement, waterfall, pain, beauty. Should I go with agonizing, Aki? Yeah, or pain. Let's go with agonizing. I think we know the way to. Yeah, she jumped. That made her happy. I think we know the way to her heart. Basically, brush up your Shakespeare. Let's see. Eternity, extraordinary, ribbon, heart, kiss, wrath, feather, passion. Burn, welcome in. We're picking out some words to put together a poem to impress the cute little anime waifus that are bouncing around here on the screen. Yuri is your favorite. A yandere. Bet. I don't know if she's a yandere. I'm not sure about that. Aki and I were just talking about how she seems like she comes from an old money family. You know, like one of the families in the New England territories, or one that comes from a rather posh, well-to-do family in Britain, but you know, doesn't like to let the world know about it. Kind of keeps that on the DL. Let's see. Eternity, extraordinary ribbon. I want to weave. Hmm. Eternity or ribbon chat? What do we think? Love Monica and Yuri. Yes. Both of them. Hmm. Chef's kiss. I need to cosplay Monica. Ah, bet. Go with Eternity? Alright then. Yep. I knew it. I've got the secret code words to this dear lovely girl's heart right here. Yeah. Let's see. Blanket, poof, lust, secretive, disarray, afterimage, vibrant, vivacious, jumpy, party. What does disarray mean? It means out of sorts. It means, everything's all jumbled up and in a mess. Oh, OMG is my life. I won't comment about my own life. Hmm. Bun, you think lust? Hmm. All right. Let's see. Embrace, charm, candy, rain cloud, nibble, question, papa, childhood, misery, vivid, disarray equals my house. Oh no. Oh no. Hmm. Disarray equals my sleep schedule. Oh dear. Hmm. Hmm. Let's go with let's go with embrace. So we do embrace or charm. What do we think? I rather like charm, but I also like a good embrace. Ms. Oh no. Hmm. Aki votes misery. This poem is dark. Charm like my cat. You know what? Let's do that. All right. Disaster, disown, anger, laugh, hair, variance. Cut my life in two pieces. This is my last resort. Disown, like, oh dear. Yeah, we're not gonna do this one. No. Spinning, precious. Hmm. So many sad words. You know what we need? We need some laughter. Fickle. Order. Oh, little cameo by a certain VTuber that we know that plugs a browser that I quite like actually. Dazzle, Valentine, unending, joy, bouncy, strawberry, depression, judgment. Dep- I don't know if I want to click depression. That just sounds depressing. I think I'm. Hmm. This is a dark poem. How about we use a prepositional word that you could put in front of depression? Unending. Misfortune. Bed. Pink. Flea. Awesome. Treasure. Hope. Infallible. Lollipop. Sunny. Well, in honor of our dear lovely pink zombie. Food. Flea. I know a few people have done that in my life. Let's go with flea. All right. I love Glee. Whisper, sunset, shiny, loud, together, covet, fluffy, milk, family, hop. Hmm. Family? Yeah, all right. Email, death, bubbles, raindrops, silly, empty, marriage. Oh, excuse me, I should say marriage. Skipping, sticky, electricity. OMG, I forgot to call off for work. Oh no! Can't forget that. Let's go with marriage for me is okay. Raindrops. Extreme analysis, fester, dream, romance, giggle, insight, existence, frightening, tragedy. Bon, why are you wanting to make such a dark poem? Because it's been raining today. Oh. Well, good thing we chose raindrops, didn't we? Hmm. All right, we'll go with tragedy. Hello again, your lordship. Hello there. Glad to see you didn't run away on us. I'm sure you would have hunted me down and dragged me back in, Monica. Not that I would have minded. Monica! Nah, don't worry. Might be a bit strange for me, but at least I keep my word. Well, I'm back at the Literature Club. I was the last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out. Thanks for keeping your promise, Lord Rexworth. Of course, darling. Anything for you. Anything. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you. No, not at all. Again, anything for you, darling. Monica, my wife, 100%. Yeah. Making you dive headfirst into literature when you're not accustomed to it. Oh, come on. Not like he deserves any slack. Sayori told me you didn't even want to join any clubs this year. And last year, too. I don't know if you plan to just come here and hang out or what. But if you don't take us seriously, then you won't see the end of it. Yes, I imagine I won't. Natsuki, you certainly have a big mouth for someone who keeps a manga collection in the club room. Whoa! Natsuki finds herself stuck between saying Monica and manga. Manga is literature! I could have sworn she said the other day it wasn't. Swiftly defeated, Natsuki plops back into her seat. Don't worry, guys. Rex always gives it his best as long as he's having fun. Me being Monica and Natsuki combined. That's funny because it's true. He helps me with busy work without me even asking. Like cooking, cleaning my room. How dependable. Yes. Yes, I am, darling. You can always depend on me. Sayori, that's because your room is so messy it's distracting. I almost set your house on fire once. Is that so? You two are really good friends, aren't you? I might be a little jealous. Oh, don't be jealous, dear. I plan to pursue the romance arc with you, not with her. I mean, granted, she's lovely and all, but she's not you, my dear. She's just not you. How come? You and Rex can become good friends too. Indeed. Perhaps even more than good friends. Friends, lovers, husband and wife. Settling down in a lovely country home in the north of England somewhere. With just serene, pristine countryside all round us. Children running round and playing. Our children. All of us together. A family. Living happily ever after. In a blessed land. The end. Right, thank you for joining me, chat. Goodbye. No, okay. Sayori is too much of the nicey nice girl for Rexy. I don't know. It's got its charms. I mean, you could do worse than Sayori. You could do a lot worse, actually. Uh, um, Sayori. Hmm? Uh, as usual, Sayori seems oblivious to the weird situation she's put me into. Oh, Yuri even brought you something today, you know? Wait, Sayori. Me? Not really. Don't be shy. It's really nothing. What is it? Never mind. Sayori made it sound like a big deal when it's really not. What do I do? Oh, I'm sorry, Yuri. I wasn't thinking. Well, I guess that means it's up to me to rescue this situation. Hey, don't worry about it, love. First of all, I wasn't expecting anything in the first place, so any nice gesture from you, my dear, is such a pleasant surprise. It'll make me happy no matter what. Is that so? Yeah. I won't make it a big deal if you don't want it to be. Oh, all right. Well, here. Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a book. I didn't want you to feel left out, so I picked out a book I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention, even if you don't usually read. And we could, you know what, dear? Sit on a park bench somewhere, underneath the shade of a sakura tree, as I read it aloud to you, resting your head on my shoulder, enjoying that romantic moment. Rexy, stop simping. Who's simping? I'm just being romantic. Discuss it, if you wanted. My darling Yuri, I would discuss anything with you that you like. Late into the night, until the early morning hours, the two of us discussing together. This is. How is this girl accidentally being so cute? You know, for some people, it just comes so naturally. Just like it's so natural for me to be charming and handsome. She even picked out a book she thinks I'll like, despite me not reading much. Yuri, thank you. I will definitely read this. I enthusiastically take the book. Phew. Well, you can read it at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think. Now that everyone is settled in, I expected Monica to kick off some scheduled activities for the club. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Sayori and Monica are having a cheery conversation in the corner. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression, like she was waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki is rummaging around in the closet. I'm really curious to talk to Yuri a little bit more, but at the same time, I'd feel bad for distracting her from reading. I catch a glimpse of the cover of her book. It looks like the same book she lent to me. More than that, she seems to be on the first few pages. Crap. I think she noticed me looking at her. She sneaks another glance at me, and our eyes meet for a split second. But that only makes her hide her face deeper in her book. Oh, darling, don't deny your feelings for me. Let us not deny our feelings. Let us be honest about them. Let us express our love for one another. For our love is like a fever, longing still. I'll be downloading DLC on my computer when I get home. Sorry, I was just spacing out. I muttered this, sensing I made her uncomfortable. Oh, it's fine. If I was focused, then I probably wouldn't have noticed in the first place, but I'm just rereading a bit of this, so that's the book that you gave me, right? Mm-hmm. I wanted to reread some of it. Not for any particular reason, just curious. How come you have two copies of the same book? Uh, well, when I stopped at the bookstore yesterday, uh, uh, the, that's not what I meant. I mean, I just happened to buy two of them. Ah, I see. Did you see the mod chat in mine and Scar's server? I'm hoping you did, so you're aware of what's happening next week. I can check that right now. A very important announcement on Monday. Hmm. Ah, I see. Understood. There's something fairly obvious here that Yuri isn't telling me, but I decided to let it go. I'll definitely start reading it soon. I'm glad to hear. Once it starts to pick up, you might have a hard time putting it down. It's a very engaging, relatable story. Is that so? What's it about, anyway? Well, Yuri closes the book and scans her eyes over the back. The book is titled Portrait of Markov. Yuri is so cute, bro. Yes, she is. There's an ominous looking eye symbol on the front cover. All right. I just wanted to make sure I don't accidentally give anything away. Basically, it's about this girl in high school who. One second, wait a moment. About this girl in high school who moves in with a long lost younger sister. But as soon as she does so, her life gets really strange. She gets targeted by these people who escaped from a human experiment prison. And while her life is in danger, she needs to desperately choose who to trust. no matter what she does, she ends up destroying most of her relationships, and her life starts to fall apart. I would buy her Tesco meal deal. Just don't throw it at her. I don't know if she could catch it. That's kind of dark, isn't it? Yodi made it sound like it was going to be a nice story, so that dark turn came from nowhere. Yodi gently giggles all of a sudden. Are you not a fan of that sort of thing, your lordship? But no, it's not that. I mean, I can definitely enjoy those kinds of stories, so don't worry. I wouldn't throw it at her. Okay, good. Though Monica seems to be the athletic type, so if you wanted to throw one at her, I'm sure she would catch it. I've got £2 saved up, Rexy. Nice. Yeah, totally forgot that Yuri's into those things. She's so shy and reclusive on the outside, but her mind seems to be completely different. It's just that those kinds of stories, they challenge you to look at life from a strange new perspective. When horrible things happen, not just because someone wants to be evil, but because they have their own goals or their own philosophy that they believe in. Then suddenly, when you thought you related to the protagonist, they're made out to be the naive one for letting their one-sided morals interfere with the villain's plans. I'm rambling, aren't I? Not again. I'm sorry. Oh, don't apologize. I haven't lost interest or anything. Well, I guess it's all right then. But I feel like I should let you know that I have this problem. When I let things like books and writing fill my thoughts, I kind of forget to pay attention to other people. So I'm sorry if I end up saying something strange. And please stop me if I start talking too much. Well, I really don't think you need to worry. That just means you're passionate about reading. The least I can do is listen. It's a literature club, after all. Oh, that's... Well, that's true. Me and Yuri are way too similar. Oh. Oh, goodness gracious. I left the desktop audio off this whole time. How silly of me. In fact, I might as well get started reading it, right? You don't have to. What are you saying? Just a moment ago, you said you were looking forward to it. Let me just get the book. I quickly retrieved the book that I put into my bag. All right. Fine if I sit here, right? I slip into the seat next to Yuri's. Yeah. You sure? You seem a bit apprehensive. I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want you to. It's just something I'm not very used to. Like reading in company with someone. Darling, you best get used to it then. Because you and I, we're going to be reading together quite a bit. Spending all of our days reading, 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 and reading some more. Reading to one another. Me reading to you, you reading to me. Every day. Our noses proverbially stuck in a book. Together. Forever. I see. Well, just tell me if I end up distracting you or anything. All right. I open the book and start the prologue. I soon understand what Yuri means about reading in company. It's as if I can feel her presence over my shoulder as I read. It's not a particularly bad thing. Maybe a little distracting, but the feeling is somewhat comforting. Yuri is in the corner of my eye. I realize that she's not actually looking at her own book. I glance over. Looks like she's reading from my book instead. I put my arm around her and pull her closer. Come here, darling Yuri. Let us read this book together. And that was how I met my waifu. And we lived happily ever after The end. All right. Show's over, everybody. Goodbye. Oh, no. I'm kidding. We're not done yet. We're just getting started. Sorry. I was just... You really apologize a lot, don't you? I do? I don't really mean to. Sorry. I mean... Yeah, this should work, right? I slide my desk until it's up against Yuri's, then hold my book more between the two of them. I suppose so. Yuri timidly closes her own copy. Once we each lean in a little bit, our shoulders are almost touching. Scandalous! Feels like my left arm is in the way, so instead, I use my right hand to hold the book open. Guess it makes it kind of difficult to turn the page. Yeah. Yuri takes her left arm and holds the left side of the book between her thumb and forefinger. I do the same with my right arm, on the right side of the book. That way, I turn a page, and Yuri slides it under her thumb after it flips to her side. But in holding it like this, we're huddled even closer together than before. It's actually kind of distracting me. It's as if I can feel the warmth of Yuri's face. And she's in the corner of my vision. Are you ready? To turn the page. Oh, sorry. I think I got a bit distracted for a second. I glance over at Yuri's face again, and our eyes meet. Don't know how I'll be able to keep up with her, though I'm certainly going to try. That's all right. You're not as used to reading, right? I don't mind being patient if it takes you a bit longer. It's probably the least I can do. I just want to lean in and kiss her cheek at this point. Since you've been so patient with me. Yeah. Thanks. We continue reading. Yuri no longer asks me if I'm ready to turn the page. Instead, I just assume she finishes the page before me, so I turn it by my own volition. We continue the first chapter in silence. Even so, turning each page almost feels like an intimate exchange. My thumb gently letting go of the page, letting it flutter over to her side as she catches it under her own thumb. Hey, Yuri, this might be a silly thought, but the main character kind of reminds me of you a little bit. Oh, you think so? How does she? Well, I guess she's more blunt in a lot of ways, but she also second-guesses all the things that she says and does. Like, she's afraid she'll do something wrong. It's not like I can see into your head or anything, but kind of reminiscent of some of your mannerisms. Oh, I see. Yuri remains silent for a moment. But, Rex, that's probably a terrible thing to have in common with her. So embarrassing that you think that. Whoa, wait. I didn't mean it in a bad way or anything. Sorry, I really didn't know you were self-conscious about that sort of thing. I guess I more meant that it's kind of cute. Oh. What are you saying all of a sudden? All right, everyone. Yeah! Not kidding about the jump scares in this game. I think it's about time we share today's poems with each other. We might not have enough time to... Whoop, click too fast there. Might not have enough time if we wait too long. Yuri exhales, spared from finishing her thought. Is that all right, Yuri? You look kind of down. Sorry if you haven't been looking forward to this. It's not... it's fine. Yuri releases her hand from the book, causing it to close on top of my thumb. All right. I guess I'll do some more reading tonight. Or would you prefer I only read it with you, darling? I guess I don't have too much of a preference either way. In that case, I'll read a little more tonight. It'll be more fun to read with you after it picks up a bit, you know? That's good reasoning. In that case, feel free to finish the first 2 chapters in your own time. All right. I stand up, make a mental note of what left off in the book, then slip it back into my bag. By the way, did you remember to write a poem last night? Oh, yes. My relaxation ends. Can't believe I agreed to do something so embarrassing. Couldn't really find much inspiration since I'd never really done this before. Well, now that everyone's ready, why don't you find someone to share with? Can't wait. Sayori and Monica enthusiastically pull out their poems. Sayori is on a wrinkled sheet of loose leaf torn from a spiral notebook. On the other hand, Monica wrote hers in a composition notebook. I can already see Monica's pristine handwriting from where I sit. Natsuki and Yuri reluctantly comply as well, reaching into their bags. I do the same myself. Who should I show my poem to first? Who do we think, chat? I'm thinking either Yuri or Monica. Let's go with Yuri. Yuri seems the most experienced, so I should start with her. I can trust her opinion and to be fair. Oh. As Yuri reads the poem, I notice her eyes lighten. Exceptional. Huh? What was that? Did I say that out loud? Yuri first covers her mouth, but then ends up covering her whole face. It's going to hate me. You really didn't do anything wrong, Yuri. That's... I guess you're right. What am I getting so nervous for? Yuri takes a breath. So, what kind of writing experience do you have? Your use of imagery and metaphors indicates you've written a lot of poetry before. Really? Oh, that's a huge compliment coming from you. It's actually my first time, really. Huh. Yuri stares at me blankly, then looks at my poem again. Well, I know that. I just meant, Yuri trails off, unable to find an excuse. She traces her finger along the words in the poem, as if breaking it down more thoroughly. Yeah. Okay. This is the reason I was able to tell. It's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers. Having been through that myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. I think the most noticeable thing I recognize in new writers is they try to make their style very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick a writing style separate from the topic matter, and they form-fit the two together. The end result is that both the style and the expressiveness are weakened. Once Yuri finds her train of thought, it's as if her demeanor totally changes. Her stammering's completely gone. She sounds like an expert. Of course, that's not something you can be blamed for. There's so many different skills and techniques that go into writing even a simple poem. Not just finding them and building them, but getting them to work together is probably the most challenging part. It might take you some time, but it all comes with practice and learning by example and trying new things. I also hope that everyone else in the club gives you valuable feedback. Natsuki can be a little bit biased, though. Biased? How? Well, never mind. I shouldn't be talking about people like that. sorry. It's fine. Not sure if Yuri is apologizing to herself, to me, or to Natsuki. Do you mind if I read your poem now? Please do. I'd love to share my thought process behind it. Yuri smiles dreamily as if that's a rare opportunity for her. Which itself is kind of funny. After all, isn't this supposed to be a literature club? Let's see. Ghost under the light. The tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow. Bathing. It must be this one. The last remaining streetlight to have withstood the test of time. The last yet to be replaced by the sickening blue-green hue of the future. I bathe. Calm. Breathing air of the present, but living in the past. The light flickers. I flicker back. Not bad. Not bad at all. I'm sorry I have such terrible handwriting. What? I don't think that at all. But it took you a long time to read. Oh, well, I just don't read script very often. Actually, I think your handwriting's pretty. Huh? That's a relief. Also, I like the poem. Even though it's short, it was really descriptive. It wasn't too short. I usually write longer poems. No, not at all. Really glad you like it. I'll be honest. Since it's our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little more mild. Something easy to digest, I suppose. Are you into ghosts, Yuri? Actually, the story isn't about a ghost at all, Rex. Really? Must have totally missed the point. Well, I suppose I did only glance over it after all. But remember that poets often express their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences in their work. They usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. In this case, perhaps the subject of the poem is only being symbolically compared to a ghost, lingering in a last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the past, and soon to be left with nothing. It's a lot more solemn putting it that way. I hadn't even thought of that. That's impressive. Eh? Oh, it's nothing, really. Yours was impressive too, so no. If anything, I could probably learn a thing or two from you. You think so? Yeah, of course. You know, I was really nervous about doing all this. But in the end, I enjoyed it. I'm going to keep doing my best for you, your lordship. Me too. Now, who shall I show my poem to next? Let's go with that other waifu, Monica. Hi, Lord Rexworth. Having a good time so far? Yeah, good. Glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, if you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things we can do better, I'm always listening. Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay? Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Of course, I'll be afraid to bring things up. I'm much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in. Anyway, want to share your poem with me? It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to. Don't worry, your lordship. We're all a little embarrassed today, you know. But it's that sort of barrier that we'll all learn to get past soon. Yeah, I suppose that's true. I hand Monica my poem. Great job, your lordship. I was going ooh in my head while reading it. It's really metaphorical. I'm not sure why, but I didn't expect you to go for something so deep. I guess I underestimated you. Easiest for me to keep everyone's expectations low. That way it always counts when I put in some effort. That's not very fair. Well, I guess it worked anyway. You know that Yuri likes this kind of writing, right? Writing that's full of imagery and symbolism. Unlike Sayori, who likes using simple and direct words to describe happiness and sadness, Yuri likes it when readers are left to derive their own meaning out of it. It's very challenging to write like that effectively. Both allowing people to get something just out of it by feel, or letting them deeply analyze all the nuances, It can take years of practice, which I'm assuming he already has at this point. Never really asked, though. I'm sure I'm nowhere near her level yet. Oh, don't worry so much about that. You do your own thing. Just keep exploring and learn by trying new things. I'm sure I end up trying different things a lot. Could take a while before I feel comfortable doing this. That's all right. I'd love to see you try new things. That's the best way to find the kind of style that suits you. Everyone else might be a bit biased toward their own kinds of styles, but I'll always help you find what suits you the most. So don't force yourself to write the way everyone else wants you to write. It's not like you have to worry about impressing them or anything. Anyway, you want to read my poem now? Don't worry, I'm not very good. You sound pretty confident for someone who claims to be not very good. Well, it's because I have to sound confident. Doesn't mean I always feel that way, you know. I see. Well, let's read it then. Hole in wall. It couldn't have been me. See the direction the sparkle protrudes. A noisy neighbor? An angry boyfriend? I'll never know. I wasn't home. I peer inside for a clue. No, I can't see. I reel, blind like a film left out in the sun. But it's too late. My retina's already scorched with a permanent copy of the meaningless image. It's just a little hole. It wasn't too bright. It was too deep, stretching forever into everything. A hole of infinite choices. I realize now that I wasn't looking in. I was looking out. And he, on the other side, was looking in. I just feel like we should be having some, little bit of snapping there. Maybe some jazz music. So, what do you think? It's very, freeform, if that's what you call it. Sorry, not really the right person to ask for feedback. That's all right. That kind of style's gotten pretty popular nowadays. That is, a lot of poems have been putting emphasis on the timing between words and lines. When performed out loud, it can be really powerful. What was the inspiration behind this one? Well, I'm not sure I know how to put it. I guess you could say I had some kind of epiphany recently. It's been influencing my poems a bit. An epiphany? Yeah, something like that. Kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe after everyone's better friends with each other. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Feels like we need a jingle for this. Sometimes when you're writing a poem or a story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. If you try so hard to make it perfect, then you'll never make any progress. Just force yourself to get something down on the paper and tidy it up later. Another way to think about it is this. If you keep your pen in the same spot for too long, you'll just get a big dark puddle of ink. So just move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Thank you everyone for coming to Monica's TED Talk. Who should I show my poem to next? Sayori. This is a good poem, Lord Rexworth. You sure it's your first time? Of course. I mean, it's not that good. I'm the kind of guy who'd be writing poems in his spare time. I guess you're right. But that's why it impressed me. Well, to be honest, I was afraid you wouldn't do it seriously, or that you wouldn't write one at all. I'm really happy that you wrote one. It just reminds me of how you're really part of the club now. Not to mention the fact that I'm standing in front of you in the club room. Well, of course. Not really into it yet, but that doesn't mean I'll break my promise. See? It's like I said before, Rex. Deep down, you're not selfish at all, you know? Trying new things like this for other people. That's something that only really good people do. Thanks, Sayori. Not sure if Sayori sees the full picture of my motive here. Then again, I can't deny she's part of the reason I joined. Knowing how much this means to her and all. Yeah. And I'm going to make sure you have lots of fun here, okay? That'll be my way of thanking you. Alright. Gonna hold you to that then. Yay! Now you'll read my poem too, right? Don't worry, I'm really bad at this. See about that. Let's see. Dear sunshine, the way you glow through my blinds in the morning makes me feel like you missed me, kissing my forehead to help me out of bed, making me rub the sleepy from my eyes. Are you asking me to come out and play? Are you trusting me to wish away a rainy day? I look above. The sky is blue. It's a secret, but I trust you too. If it wasn't for you, I could sleep forever. But I'm not mad. I want breakfast. Oh, look at that. Look at that sweet chat. Yeah, you know, I didn't think much of Sayori at the beginning. I don't know. Reading this, it's sweet and charming, and I don't know. It makes me look at her in a new light. This is cute. Sayori, this is just a guess, but did you wait until this morning to write this? No! Just a little bit. You can't answer just a little bit to a yes or no question. I forgot to do it last night. Well, at least that makes me feel a little better about myself. Don't be mean. I still tried my best. Yeah. Didn't mean to say it was a bad poem. It came out nice, so how should I put it? It sounds just like you. Really? Yeah, especially that last line. I made eggs and toast. Ooh, delicious. Even though you were late to school. That's bad to skip breakfast. I'll get all cranky. Oh, we can't have a cranky little Sayori now, can we? Well, I guess there's no point in arguing. Anyway, thanks for showing me. This was so much fun. Monica's the best. Yeah. But, next time, I won't forget. And I'm going to write the best poem ever. Well, I guess I look forward to it. Last but not least, Shota Natsuki. Rex, if you're not going to take this club seriously, then go home. What? Harsh. What, you expect me to believe that you actually put effort into this? You think I'm stupid? I'm not a writer. I mean, maybe it's not very good, but yeah, I did put in the effort. We're going to start somewhere, right? If you're still proud of the first poem you ever wrote, then I'd like to read it. What? No, painful to think about. Fine. Well, sorry. You'll get better anyway. I'd tell you what to improve, but you're better off just trying again. Fair enough. Okay, this is kind of stop being tsundere. She's kind of coming off as a bitch. So I've never really liked tsundere types. They just kind of have that bitchy vibe about them. Well, to each their own, I guess. Anyway, I guess I've got to share mine now. Knowing you, you'll probably think it's stupid. Eagles can fly. Monkeys can climb. Crickets can leap. Horses can race. Owls can seek. Cheetahs can run. Eagles can fly. People can try. But that's about it. Okay. Prefacing this with the fact that I'm no expert in poetry. Just a casual enjoyer of poetry. And sorry to sound like Simon Cowell here, but yeah, that's not very good. This is not very good. I'm sorry. No. This is... It seems like a primary school student wrote this. Oh my god. Right. That was a poem. That was a poem. That was the poem of all time. Yeah, I told you you weren't going to like it, and I don't. I don't. Except we have to say that we like it, because that's the polite thing to do. I like it. What? Just be honest. Well, I am. Why are you so convinced I wouldn't like it? Well, because everyone in high school thinks writing's got to be all sophisticated and stuff. So people don't even take my writing seriously. But isn't the point of poems for people to express themselves? Your writing style wouldn't make your message any less valid. Yes, exactly. I like it when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard. Like in this poem. Seeing everyone around you doing great things can be really disheartening. So I decided to write about it. Yeah, I understand. But the other nice thing about simple writing is that it puts more weight on the wordplay. Like I set up for a rhyme at the end, but then made it all fall flat on purpose. It helps bring out the feeling in the last line. So you did. I guess more went into it than I realized. Well, that's what it means to be a pro. Glad you learned something. Didn't expect that from the youngest one here, did you? Yeah, guess not. I decided to humor her with that last comment. I don't really care how old everyone is, but if Natsuki's feeling proud, then I won't take that away from her. Phew. Well, I guess that's everyone. I glance around the room. It's a little more stressful than I anticipated. It's as if everyone's judging me for my mediocre writing abilities. Even if they're just being nice, there's no way my poems can stand up to theirs. This is a literature club, after all. I sigh. I guess that's what I ended up getting myself into. Across the room, Sayori and Monika are happily chatting. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly. What's with this language? Eh? Did you say something? Oh, it's nothing. Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to the desk with one hand. I guess you could say it's fancy. Thanks. Yours is, cute. Cute? Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? It's clearly about the feeling of giving up. How can that be cute? I know that. I just meant language, I guess. Just trying to say something nice. Eh? You mean you have to try that hard to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but it really didn't come out nice at all. Well, I do have some suggestions. Huh. I was looking for suggestions and would have asked someone who actually liked it. Which people did, by the way. Sayori liked it. And Lord Rexworth did too. So based on that, I'll gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all, excuse me. I appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. I don't expect it to change anytime soon. Unless, of course, I come across something particularly inspiring. Which I haven't yet. Good. And Lord Rexworth liked my poem too, you know. He even told me he was impressed by it. Natsuki suddenly stands up. Oh? I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress our new member, Yuri. Well, that's not what I... you're just... Yuri stands up as well. Maybe you're just jealous that Rex appreciates my advice more than he appreciated yours. Huh? And how do you know he didn't appreciate my advice more? Are you that full of yourself? I'm just going to sit back, chat, and grab some popcorn. And watch these two go at it. And smile with glee. Yeah. No, if I was full of myself, I would deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy. Good. Is everyone okay? Well, you know what? I wasn't the one whose boobs magically grew a size bigger as soon as Lord Rexworth started showing up. Natsuki! Natsuki, that's a little... This doesn't involve you! I don't like fighting, guys. Suddenly both girls turned toward me as if they'd just noticed I was standing there. Rex! She's just trying to make me look bad. That's not true. She started it. If she could get over herself and learn to appreciate that simple writing is more effective, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. What's the point in making all your poems so convoluted for no reason? The meaning should jump out at the reader, not force them to have to figure it out. Help me explain that to her, Lord Rexworth. Wait, there's a reason we have so many deep and expressive words in a language. It's the only way to convey complex feelings and meaning the most effectively. Avoiding them is not only unnecessarily limiting yourself, it's also a waste. You understand that, right, Lord Rexworth? Sure, why not? Well, how the hell did I get dragged into this in the first place? Not like I know anything about writing, but whoever I agree with will probably think more highly of me. So of course that's going to be... Yuri. Natsuki, you're right that I liked your poem. See? Wait. It's not an excuse for you to be so mean. You shouldn't pick a fight just because someone's opinion is different. That's not what happened at all. Yuri won't even take my poem seriously. I understand. Yuri, huh? You're a seriously talented writer, and it's no secret that I was impressed. Well, But here's the thing. No matter how simple or refined someone's writing style is, they are still putting feelings into it, and it becomes something really personal. That's why Natsuki felt threatened when you said her poem was cute. I see. I didn't notice that I'm sorry. But Natsuki, you took it way too far. Yuri means well, and if you just told her how you felt, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. Are you kidding? That's exactly what I did. It was her that... Natsuki, I think that's enough. You both said some things you didn't mean. Yuri apologized. Don't you think you should too? Natsuki clenches her fists. In the end, no one has taken her side. She's trapped. At this point, being defiant only because she can't handle all the pressure. I end up even feeling bad for her. Sometimes, when I'm hurt, it helps to take a walk and clear my head. Sayori, she doesn't need to... You know what? I'm going to do that. Spare me from having to look at all your faces right now. Without warning, Natsuki snatches her own poem up from the desk and storms out. On her way out, she crumples up the poem with her hands and throws them in the trash. Natsuki, you really didn't need to do that. I look across the room. Yuri has her chin buried in her hands while she stares down at her desk. I gingerly approach her and sit in an adjacent chair. Everything all right? I'm so embarrassed. I can't believe I acted like that. You probably hate me now. No, Yuri. How could anyone have not gotten frustrated after being treated like that? You handled it as well as anyone could. I don't think any less of you. Well, all right. I believe you. Thank you, Rex. You're too kind. I'm thankful to have you as part of this club now. It's nothing. One more thing. That one thing Natsuki said about, you know, I would never do anything so shameful. So, what thing did Natsuki say? Well, never mind that. I'm going to go make some tea. Oh, good idea. Make enough for more than one person, eh? Yeah. All right, everyone. Just about time for us to leave. How do you all feel about sharing poems? It was a lot of fun. Well, I'd say it was worth it. It was all right. Well, mostly. Rex, how about you? Yeah, I'd say the same. Neat thing to talk about with everyone. Awesome. In that case, we'll do the same thing tomorrow. And maybe you learn something from your friends, too. So your poems will turn out even better. I think to myself, I did learn a little more about the kinds of poems everyone likes. With any luck, that means I can at least do a better job impressing those I want to impress. I nod to myself with a newfound determination. Rex, ready to walk home? Sure, let's go. Sayori beams at me. It really has been a while since Sayori and I have spent this much time together. Can't really say I'm not enjoying it either. Sayori, about what happened earlier. What do you mean? You know, between Yuri and Natsuki. Does that kind of thing happen often? No. That's really the first time I've ever seen them fight like that. I promise they're both wonderful people. You don't hate them, do you? Oh, no. Of course I don't. Just wanted your opinion, that's all. I can see why they make good friends with you. Phew. You know, Rex, it's nice that I get to spend time with you in the club. But I think seeing you get along with everyone is what makes me the happiest. And I think everyone really likes you, too. Well, that's... Every day is going to be so much fun. Looks like Sayori still hasn't caught on to the kind of situation I'm in. Sure, being friends with everyone is nice, but... does it really need to stop there? We'll just have to see what the future holds, Sayori. I pat Sayori on the shoulder. I said that more to myself than to her, but... easy to use Sayori as an internal monologue sometimes. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Another one of these, eh? Oh goodness. Just noticed it's been 2 hours in. Should probably save. And chat, I think... let's go ahead and switch it up a bit. I've got a few more here. There we go. Let's date a magical girl. So I'm going to bring up the music here. Import that down. And let's see, we're going to switch over to how to date a magical girl. But first, let's go ahead and talk about the another sponsor we have for the streams, and that is the Cash App. Try the Cash App using my code, and we'll both get $5 when you link a new bank account and send $5. The link is there in the chat that you can click on. Download the Cash App, available on iOS and Android devices. Get $5 when you link a new bank account and send $5 using the Cash App. Let's see. Go over to our Create a Dashboard, Stream Manager. I'm going to edit. Let's see. Let's see. There we are. How to date a magical girl. Perfect. Make sure that gets updated on the channel. Perfect. Everything updating the way it's supposed to. And then we'll open up how to date a magical girl. Game contains scenes that may frighten or disturb some people. Oh, really? Bring our music back down. And switch back over to window capture switched over. Oh my. Let's see, options. Window. I have to resize this real quick. Hang on, chat. There we are. Excellent. Return, and let's get started on a new game. Before we begin, we need to find out more about you. Please answer the following questions truthfully. Question 1. What do you look like? Select your appearance. Looks like me in my younger days. Yes, I look like that. Very good, we shall continue. Question 2. What is your name? Well, it's not Yuki, I can tell you that much. Actually, can I space? You gonna let me do that? No? Not gonna let me do that. Okay. Enter. I see. So your name is Lord Rexworth. Yes, it is. Don't you forget it either. Is it really your name? Yes. I need to confirm all the answers you've given me. Your name is Lord Rexworth, and you look like this. No, I'm lying. No, this is what I'm going with. Very well, thank you for providing this information. You may begin. Today is a wondrous day. A day I've dreamt about for nearly 3 months. A day that I surely thought would never arrive. All the blood, sweat, and tears I've shed these past months have led me to this very point in time. I have to wonder about the bloodshed. I mean, is it really worth it? This perfect moment, this very point of my entire existence, I now hold in my possession the Holy Grail, an object of such great value and importance that it would spell disaster if it fell into the wrong hands. Is it pornography in that paper bag? I wonder. It rests heavily in my palm, seeming to pulsate with life. The inconspicuous brown paper bag covering it does little to mask its holy aura. As I gaze upon this most sacred of objects, I make a solemn vow to myself. I promise to guard this object until the day I die. There's a stack of vintage Playboys, isn't it? Maybe some old hustlers. For now, it's time to view the object's full magnificent splendor. What, that's it? Oh, hang on a minute. Now, she's cute. All right. I can see why it's so special to you. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, she's cute. I unwrap the brown paper bag and am nearly blinded by the light emanating from within. Finally, I now hold the uncovered object in all of its radiant glory. It is the limited edition, special cover version of Volume 35 of my all-time favorite Magical Girl manga series. Yes, finally. I waited for 3 months after this volume was announced for today, the release day. I find myself shedding a single tear of joy as I bask in the beauty of the limited edition cover. With only 100 of these printed, I am truly one of the luckiest people alive. I've been following this series since I was just an impudent child. I've grown alongside it, chanting the heroine's name in my sleep night after night. And now, the very last volume has arrived. Years of worship have guided me here. Today, the series is complete. I shall return home and read this most valued tome and achieve true nirvana. Reading this series over the years has been an uphill battle. My friends have often mocked me for following a children's manga series, but just did not see the beauty in it. They couldn't possibly fathom the rich, intricate story of the world, the heroine's ambitions and motives, the ever-present darkness threatening to engulf the world. If they truly wanted to believe this is a children's manga, that's their right. But I wouldn't be swayed by their narrow-minded opinions. I feel myself trembling in anticipation as my fingers reach forward to open the cover. No. I must be patient. I need to return home first, before I dive into this adventure. I just can't keep my eyes off the beautiful cover. This walk home will truly be a test of my inner strength and willpower. I should power walk towards my house. The quicker I get home, the quicker I can begin reading. Excellent idea. The journey speeds along at a rapid pace. Don't even have to take my eyes off the manga. I know this route so well. Just a few more blocks to go. Initializing world. I feel like I've wasted most of spring, lazing away with nothing to do. Can't even remember the majority of it. Days just pass by like a blur. Every day the same as the last. At the very least, Hikari came to visit me some days. At least, I think she did. I don't remember if she ever stayed long, or if we talked much. Still, it was a nice thing for her to do. Oh, the week has been unusually hot for the season. I think the heat's been scrambling my brains like eggs in a fry pan. I've been finding it so hard to focus lately, to concentrate on anything at all. I know I should perk up a little, try to get some things done before the season ends, but then again, it's just so easy to lay here on the grass without a care in the world. I wonder how much longer I can go on like this. Everything changed on that fateful day. 2 years ago, the day I picked up the final volume of my favorite Magical Girl manga series. I read it cover to cover, and when I finished, reality began to sink in. The story was over. The story I'd been following for nearly my entire life was just finished. Since that day, I've felt so very, very lost. My appetite disappeared. I stopped hanging out with friends. I dropped all my hobbies. Days went by in a haze, and looking back, I can't remember a single moment with any kind of clarity. It's sad, but that's the truth of it. I can try and blame the recent heat as much as I want. But really, I've been feeling this for a few seasons now. I need to pick myself up. If I don't get a grip, I'm going to throw away my entire future. I need to get my head back in the game. I need to pull it together. Before tomorrow. Tomorrow. The first day at my new school. Kind of hard to believe, even though I graduated high school, someone decided for me that my studies should continue. I assume that someone was Hikari. Always meddling in my business, I suppose it's her way of looking after me. Before I knew it, I was enrolled in a new academy, without so much as a nod of approval. Classes start tomorrow, whether I'm ready or not. As for the academy itself, I can't say I know too much about it. There was a brochure in my letterbox at one point. Well, that promptly fell into the recycling can. I remember it had a lot of smiling faces on it, probably just typical propaganda. I don't even know what kind of classes I'll be attending. Could be anything, considering Hikari's eclectic taste. Probably sign me up for a cooking class, or horseback riding, or advanced basket weaving, who knows. I'm beginning to doze off in the warm afternoon sun. Just before my awareness slips away completely, a shadow falls across my face. Someone is suddenly standing over me. I squint, trying to make out their features. Time to wake up now, Lord Rexworth. Nerd. What are you lying around here for? It's far too hot. You're gonna cook. I shoot the girl a dirty look, as if accusing her of interrupting my rest. Takes me another couple of seconds to recognize the girl, blame my foggy mind. Oh, it's you, Hikari. Geez, is that what passes for a greeting these days? Sorry, just lost in thought. Well, my fault for expecting you to treat me with a little respect. Well, I said I'm sorry. Fine, fine. This intrusive girl is none other than Hikari, one of my oldest friends. She's kind of cute, in her own way, I guess. I've known her for such a long time, I can't imagine her as anything other than just a friend. Though I wonder if she feels the same way about me. Hikari's the kind of girl that shoots first, asks questions later. Well, that's probably due to her being overprotective rather than assertive. That's the reason, I assume, she's the one who enrolled me at the new academy. I don't know anyone else who cares about my future like she does. When we were younger, she had a habit of following me around everywhere, kind of like a little sister. As we grew older, this habit evolved into meddling in my business and stealing my lunch every day. Probably sounds like I'm complaining, but I'm honestly not. Hikari's a great person. I'm truly lucky to have a friend like her. Just don't understand what she sees in me or what she gets out of our relationship. She loves you, mate. That's all you need to know. Anyway, what are you doing out here? You have any idea how long it took me to find you? Just relaxing. What's the big deal? Relaxing? You don't do anything but relax. You're aware we're starting school tomorrow, right? Yes, I'm painfully aware. Wait, you said we are, and as in we. What, are you attending class with me, Hikari? Oh, give me a break. I've explained this to you at least 6.5 times. I swear, talking to you is like talking to a brick wall. Except the brick wall's better looking than you are. Oi! I object to that. Look, we're going to the academy together, and that's final. You don't have a say in the matter, okay? All right. Don't hurt me. I wouldn't dream of hurting you. I'll bet you would. Question, though. What kind of classes are we taking? A thoughtful expression crosses Hikari's features. I can tell she's making up her mind on whether to scold me or to give me a proper answer. Well, if you'd read the guide I left for you at your house... Well, here we go. You'd already know that we'll be taking basic first-year classes. Nothing too difficult to imagine. They know you're a noob, so you shouldn't have any problems. Somehow being called a noob hurts more than anything else Hikari could have come up with. Aren't you a noob as well, Hikari? She looks taken aback. Almost as offended as I got a few seconds ago. Well, no, I'm not new to this. I've been practicing for years. Like, practicing? What's she talking about? I'm confused. What have you been practicing? A frown crosses Hikari's face. I know this expression well. It's a "I'm so tired of your clueless ass" face. I've been practicing to become a fully fledged magical girl, of course. I'm sorry, what? Her words hit me like a truck. Did she just say magical girl? Somehow the stupor I've been living in for endless months shatters in an instant. Felt like my eyes have opened for the first time in a long time. I see Hikari's smiling face beaming at me, and she's as if she's so very proud of what she's just said. Of course, I remember that Hikari is training to become a magical girl. How could I let such a magnificent fact elude me for so long? I've known as much for years. I say that sounding completely full of shit. So if I put two and two together, I'd say the academy we're attending from tomorrow is a school for magical girls. But wait, why am I going? I've no magical talent whatsoever. And I'm pretty sure I'm not even a girl. You look like you just took an ice-cold shower, your lordship. Is everything all right? I think about her question for a moment. I do feel more alert now. A familiar feeling, almost the way I felt before, back before my favorite manga series finished. The truth is, magical girls are very, very real. The whole time I had my head buried in manga, real-life magical girls existed all around me. I think I was just too nervous to ever go out and meet them. Except for Hikari. I knew her before she ever awakened to her powers. I can't quite explain why I've let my mind stay so foggy these last few years, but maybe now, with school starting tomorrow, I can begin to work towards becoming a functioning human being again. I give Hikari a slight smile. Hikari, why am I going to a school for magical girls? Hikari shuffles on the spot. She seems hesitant to tell me. Well, the truth is, about a month ago, you and I were having dinner, and all of a sudden your powers awoke. What? I noticed it immediately. You seemed like your old oblivious self and barely paid attention to what happened. So what did happen? Like I said, we were having dinner together. I accidentally knocked a glass of water off the table. It was going to shatter on my bare feet, and I screamed, afraid of cutting myself on the glass. It happened so quickly I couldn't move away in time. And you kind of just glanced at the glass, and it stopped. Mid-air. Frozen in time. I mean, literally frozen in time, ice and all. I don't believe you. I'd remember something like that. You just shrugged and continued eating. I think at the time you just believed I'd made the glass freeze in place. After all, you've known about my magical powers for a long time. I woke to my powers when I was 13, maybe 14. Don't quite remember, but still. I have a very specific set of powers, and don't forget, I'm untrained. There's no way I could freeze something in time. So after that night, I replayed the event back in my mind over and over. The only explanation is that you froze the glass. You suddenly awoke to your own powers and saved me from getting cut on broken glass. So what you're saying is I'm a hero? Yeah, not quite, Lord Rexworth. Anyway, to cut a long story short, I never enrolled us to attend the academy. We were both sent letters from the association. They can detect who has magical powers and who doesn't, you know. They keep a record of everyone. According to the association, once magical girls reach 18 years of age, it's the law for them to attend the academy. The letters basically demanded we attend the academy effective immediately. But I'm a boy. I can't go to an all-girls school. Yes, well, I can't explain it. Boys don't ever awaken to magical powers. You might be some new phenomenon. Because you awaken to your powers right on the age of 18, you get the joy of going back to school. Regardless, we both start class tomorrow. We'll both be training to become magical girls. Please don't call me that. Or a magical boy, in my case, apparently. All of this information is swirling around my head like a tornado. I feel simultaneously excited and exhausted. Do I really have magical powers? Can I actually freeze things in time? Can't think of any other situation where I've done such a thing. And I've no clue how to make it happen again. Well, I suppose that's the point of the academy. They should train me to reach my full potential, right? I suppose attending class with Akari won't be so bad. Maybe I'll make some new friends, too. What do you say we get out of here? And grab some dinner to celebrate our last night of freedom. Sounds good to me. You're paying, though. I am not your big lug. You can pay for both of us. Oi, dinner was your idea, not mine. Why should I pay? You're just as hopeless as always. How'd I get dragged into going back into school with you? Oh, you love it. Let's see how many classes we can make it through before I strangle you out of frustration. Monday, the 16th of April. Ugh, shut up. No, for the love of all that's holy, shut up. I begrudgingly opened my eyes and am greeted by the sight of my alarm clock having a seizure on the floor. The glowing red numbers taunt my blurry vision by fading in and out at full speed. I groan and rub my eyes, trying to clear my vision. Finally, I can make out the numbers on the clock clearly. 8:02 a.m. I yawn. Thankfully it's still early. Got nothing to do today except eat leftovers, so why'd I set my alarm for such an early time? 8:03 a.m. I smack my lips at the thought of the cold Chinese takeaway waiting for me in the refrigerator. 8:04. I stifle a yawn. Some distant thought is tugging at the back of my mind. Have I forgotten something important about it today? Did I have something more serious to do than eat at leftovers? 8:05 a.m. No, possible. There's nothing important going on in my life right now. Maybe Hikari said she'll visit today or something small like that. 8:06 a.m. Oh yeah, something's coming back to me. School? I'm supposed to go to school today. 8:07 a.m. I feel like a bucket of cold water's just splashed over my head. Suddenly wide awake, I realize I've completely forgotten today is the first day at the academy. Everything's coming back to me now, including the fact that Akari told me first year orientation starts at 8:30 a.m. sharp. Sharp! 8:08 a.m. Can't be late for my first day at the academy. What will Akari think of me? More importantly, what will the cute magical girls I've never met think of me? I leap out of bed like a frog launching from a lily pad. I immediately regret this action as I'm still tangled up in my blankets and they drag me down to the floor. I narrowly avoid hitting my head. I thank my lucky stars I didn't get hurt. Before frantically scrambling to my feet, I dash out of my room and into the kitchen. I open the fridge greeted by the wafting aroma of cold, sweet, and sour pork leftovers. I grab the container unceremoniously and launch it across the kitchen, cheering when it lands in the open microwave. I dash to the microwave, mash the keypad blindly, the light flickers to life, and the machine starts up with a sputter and hum. While my excellent choice of breakfast has been cooked up to perfection, I decide to get dressed. When I reach my closet, I come to the sinking realization I don't have an academy uniform yet. I heave open the doors with a sigh, only to be greeted by the sight of an unfamiliar dry cleaning bag on a coat hanger. With a confused frown, I pull the bag down and find a note written on the front in cute handwriting. I went to the trouble of picking up your new uniform for you. You owe me one. Hikari. Hikari. She thinks of everything. I tear into the dry cleaning bag and pull out the brand new uniform. I'm in the middle of climbing into my new threads just as an angry cacophony of beeps and boops calls to me from the kitchen. Breakfast is ready. I finish donning my amazing new outfit and rocket into the kitchen and throw food into my gullet. My breakfast is demolished in a new personal record of 12.74 seconds. And I'm out the door in a flash. I hardly even know where I'm going. I recall Hikari saying the academy is walking distance from my home. It's not hard to find a map on my phone, so I load that up and begin my hurried walk. A little time passes. It's 8:24 a.m. Can I make it in time? The map on my phone tells me I'll arrive in 8 minutes. I'll be a little late, but a couple of minutes never hurt anyone, right? I wonder if Akari will be there to greet me at the school gate. Nice to see a familiar face after this whirlwind of a morning. My power walk evolves into a jog when I see the school gates looming in the distance. I can't believe it, I'm actually going to make it. There's a few other straggling students making their way into the school. They're all wearing the Academy's uniform, including its signature pastel yellow vest. I notice that all the other students are female. I suppose it's not too surprising. This is a school for magical girls, after all. Still, first time I'm witnessing such a thing. I finally reach the school gates. When I peer beyond them, I can see the other students entering what looks to be the school hall. I glance around to see if Akari is there. No luck, though. Maybe she's waiting for me inside the hall. I break into a run toward the school hall, sprinting as fast as my unfit legs can carry me. I weave in and around the other students, also making a mad dash forward. I'm nearly there. I can almost taste my fashionably late entrance. My foot snags on another student's shoe. Guess I wasn't quick enough to get out of their way. I don't even have time to let out a gasp as I fall flat on my face on the pavement. I was so close. I nearly made it. Now I'm just lying on the ground, face down like an idiot. A little squeal erupts from in front of me. My first thought is that maybe I squashed some small, cute animal when I felt like a kitten or a squirrel that can squeal. I push myself off the ground and am greeted by an unexpected sight. Nerd. Oh, damn. Oh. Oh, this is just too perfect, chat. This is just too perfect. Oh, indeed. A cute girl wearing glasses has fallen on the ground in front of me. She looks to be about my age, so I assume she's a first-year student as well. Yeah. She is trying and failing to cover up her panties, which I believe the entire world can now see. Oh yes, we can. I'm in no rush to get through this scene. No rush at all. Don't look. Too late. Bashfully turned my head away for at least a second. Then I turned back to her. Stop it. Stop looking. You're a boy. Why are you here? This is a school for magical girls. Yes, and you're looking quite magical yourself today. I know. It's a long story, but I'm a student here. I'm sorry, I think I knocked you over. No, I think it was my fault. I was in a rush and I wasn't looking where I was going. Are you hurt? No, I'm okay. The girl is still trying to adjust her skirt so she can rescue her dignity. Nope. Not happening. Remember, this is Anime World. There will be fan service. Are we really late for orientation? Yeah, I think so. Oh, that's terrible. I promised myself I'd make it on time. I can't believe I slept in. I'm a stupid, stupid girl. You don't look very stupid to me, darling. You look lovely. Those glasses. So cute. Oi, now don't beat yourself up. I slept in too. You don't understand, I only slept in because I went to bed at 3 a.m., even though I promised myself I wouldn't stay up so late. Well, this girl seems interesting. What would have caused her to stay up so late the day before school starts? Why were you up at 3 a.m. until 3 a.m.? That's too embarrassing to answer. Oh, come on now, you can tell me. It's not like we're strangers. I mean, I've seen your... God, don't say it! Oops. Fine. I'll tell you why I was so late. I was watching films. Films, eh? What kind of films? It's not my fault I have trouble going to bed after watching horror movies. So I have to see shadows lurking in every corner and get too scared to even try to sleep. I don't expect someone like you to know what it's like. Become so engrossed in the tale of the macabre that all the hairs on your body stand on end. To be frightened senseless at the slightest strange sound from within your own home. Till you experience that kind of paralyzing terror, you'll never understand the joy of cult horror films. The girl's breathing heavily, obviously exhausted from her passionate outburst. I think she may have a screw loose. You haven't lived until you've seen a film that makes your toes curl, chills your bones, and gives you goosebumps all at the same time. Well, I can think of a few other things that could do that, darling. I'll take your word for it, though. So this girl likes to scare herself senseless, and then she wonders why she can't get to sleep at a decent hour. So, still haven't covered up your, you know... The girl squeals again in embarrassment. I'd feel sorry for her if the view wasn't in my favor. So anyway, we can minimize this for a moment. Can we just hide that? Yes, there we are. Ah, beautiful view, isn't it, chat? Absolutely lovely. Yes. Pink polka dots, eh? Nice. Stop looking! Sorry. Not actually sorry, but, you know, I have to say that. Why am I cursed with such bad luck? How can something so embarrassing happen on the first day of school? I suppose I understand why she's so distressed. Maybe I should say something to calm her down. By the way, what's your name? My name? Well, yes. Is that such an unusual question? No, I suppose not. My name is Yue. Yue Akiyama. Pleased to meet you, I guess. Nice to meet you, Yue. My name is Rexworth. Lord Rexworth. I get to my feet and dust myself off. Reach a hand out to Yue. Yeah, I'll help you up. I swear that Yue blushes for a second before grabbing my hand. Her fingers are soft and delicate, warm. She grips my hand ever so slightly, so I manage to lift her to her feet. Thank you. I'm sorry we had to meet under such distressing circumstances. Oh, don't sweat it. I'm just happy to have met you at all. The soft red blush returns to her cheeks, and she looks away shyly. We should go. Yeah. Without another word, Yue takes the lead and walks in front of me. I follow behind her obediently. We make our way to the entrance of the school hall. The big wooden doors are closed, barring our way forward. Yue tries pulling the handle. The door is stuck fast. She frowns, then changes tactics, pushing the door instead. Still no luck. The door is securely locked. Do they really lock out latecomers? Guess so. Oh no. Oh no, are we going to be punished for missing orientation? I don't think I can handle the tension. Calm down, darling. I'm sure we're not going to be punished. We'll just have to wait here until orientation ends, I suppose. I give Yue a shrug. If we wait around for the students to leave the hall, we'll surely run into Hikari. Hikari will know what to do. She always does. In the meantime, why don't we get to know each other? Yue doesn't say anything. A downtrodden expression as it etched itself onto her features. She leans against the wall and lets out a sigh. Know any good magic tricks? Either she doesn't hear me or she's choosing to ignore me now. Her eyes are closed as though trying to block out the world around her. Well, not much I can do, I suppose. I slump down and sit on the ground. I've no idea how long orientation goes for, how long we'll be waiting around here. A bell rings. Finally, orientation is finished. The doors of the school hall swing wide open and a flood of students leak out of the building. There must be hundreds of girls all scurrying forward. As they exit the hall, they split into different directions, surely heading towards their first classes for the day. If I only knew what my classes were, I could head towards where I'm supposed to go. But, I've no clue what I'm doing here, so I need to find Hikari. I stand to the side as all the students tumble out of the hall. I lose sight of Yue on the other side of the crowd. Oh well, she stopped talking to me anyway, not my fault. I desperately try to catch a glimpse of Hikari's familiar face in the crowd. It doesn't help that she's shorter than most of the other students, so she'll likely be lost in the group. I suddenly feel a tap on my shoulder, and I turn around. You idiot! How could you miss orientation? I was waiting inside the hall for you, and then they locked the doors. I had to sit by myself. Hikari, I'm sorry. I don't want to hear it. You let me down, Rex. You're going to make this up to me. I will. I'm really sorry. What happened anyway? Did you sleep in? Well, yeah, I did, but I actually got here at a decent time. Problem is, I knocked another girl over and we got caught up talking. Another girl? Yeah, actually. Because the crowd is thinned out, I can see Yue standing awkwardly by the doors. That girl over there. Hikari looks toward Yue, standing all alone. I see. Is she a first year as well? She looks lost. Yeah, I think so. Since we got locked outside, we weren't sure what to do or where to go. I was kind of hoping you could help us, Hikari. Hikari almost looks sad just for a moment, but then a bright smile flashes across her face. I'm always happy to help. Now that orientation is over, we have to go to our homeroom and meet our teacher. I can lead the way. Hikari begins to skip away. I grab Yue's attention with a wave and beckon her towards us. What is it? We can go to homeroom and meet our teacher now. Do you want to follow us? Yeah. Okay, thanks. And with that, the three of us make our way to the classroom. The classroom's noisy. There must be 30 students packed in, chatting away and waiting for the teacher to arrive. Hikari managed to find seats for myself and Yue, all lined up next to each other. Not a bad arrangement, if I do say so myself. I glance around the room. It all feels very familiar, just like high school all over again. Students are even in cliques. It's only the very first day. There's a group of sporty-looking girls at the back of the class. One of them's bouncing a basketball for some reason. Don't know why she brought that to the academy. Maybe to just reinforce her clique stereotype. At the front of the class are the bookworms. They're shy, speaking only in whispers, glancing nervously at the other students. Hanging out by the classroom are the rebellious girls. All of them have streaks of neon color dyed in their hair. Their uniforms are untidy. A few have cut off their sleeves. And here, in the middle of class, are Hikari, Yue, and myself. Hikari and I go way back, of course. I've just met Yue. As for Hikari and Yue's relationship, I don't think I've spoken a single word to each other. Have they become friends? Time will tell. The clamor of voices quiets down as the classroom door opens and a woman enters. She makes her way to the front of the class, offers a smile, and begins her speech. Ooh. Teacher. I will stay after class and clean the blackboards for you any day. Good morning, class. I'm your homeroom teacher, Miss Otsuka, but you can all call me by my first name, Satomi. My, we are getting familiar, aren't we? You'll find that I'm a very informal teacher, unlike any teacher you've had during your school years for sure. I can say that again. It's my hope that we'll all become friends during your first year here at the academy. I hope that we can build a relationship that carries on long after you graduate. This new teacher, Satomi, seems really nice. Really nice. Can't really pick out just one defining feature of this new teacher. No, I have to pick out two. She has two very large, very defining features. Wink wonk. On a less shallow note, I guess she has an inviting smile. Overall, definitely not bad for an older woman. 10 out of 10 would smash. Seems to have captured the class's attention. Even the rebellious girls have taken a seat to show their respect. I'm sure you all have a million questions burning in your brains, especially after orientation. Rest assured, I'm here to help every one of you achieve your goals and get good grades during the year. As your homeroom teacher, I'll offer you support and guidance. Hang on a second. Click too quickly. As your homeroom teacher, I'll offer you support and guidance. Need assistance with any of your subjects, you can always come to me. Oh, believe me, darling, I will. Satomi claps her hands together and beams. Now then, with all of that out of the way, as she takes a step forward, her elbow knocks a stack of papers off her desk. Important-looking documents scatter all over the floor. The class gasps, then falls silent, waiting to see how she reacts to the mess she just made. Oops. Satomi's face turns bright red, and she bends down to pick up some of the papers. She lowers herself, and a loud thud echoes through the classroom as her head slams into the corner of the desk. Ouch. Oh, pardon me. The class jumps... There. Try that again. The class gasps once more. Then, silence. Ouch. I heard a slight giggle from Yue, seated next to me. She obviously thinks this whole affair is pretty funny. A few girls rush to the front of the class and help the teacher pick up her papers. When Satomi stands up, I can make out the faint purple outline of a bruise forming on her forehead. Ouch. Now this seriously sounds painful. She'd probably have that looked at by a doctor. After two clumsy failures, Satomi hasn't exactly managed to maintain a composure. She's glowing red and a bead of embarrassed sweat trickles down her face. Class, if you could all just ignore that little spectacle, I'd greatly appreciate it. A few students giggle quietly. Satomi does her best to continue with her speech. Somehow she hasn't entirely lost the class's respect, which is admirable. Okay, class. Where was I? Oh, yes. For our first piece of business today, I'll be covering the subjects you'll be learning this year. Let's begin. There are 3 core subjects you must all attend in order to progress at the Academy. These subjects are magical history, practical magic, and alchemy. Any other subjects you choose to undertake at the Academy are optional, but will provide credits towards your overall degree. In magical history class, you'll learn all about the origins of the magical girls that have become commonplace in our world. You'll discover how they came into being and their importance in our modern society. In practical magic class, you'll undertake rigorous magical training to hone your minds and bodies. You'll learn spells and abilities that are essential for a magical girl to undertake her duties. Finally, in alchemy class, you'll become familiar with the art of crafting magical items. Magical swords and staves to potions and portals. This is where your creativity will be put to the test. All sounds pretty cool. Had no idea there was so much involved with becoming a magical girl. I hear the hurried scratching a pen on paper and look to my left. Hikari is scribbling notes frantically, her tongue sticking out the side of her mouth as she concentrates. To my right, Yue is also taking notes, though she's decorated the page of a notebook with doodles of a wicked witch stirring a cauldron. Your time here at the Academy will be one of the most memorable experiences of your life. In fact, when you look back on these days, you may think it was all just a dream. That's how pleasant your days here will be. With that said, don't think you can just slack off. In order to graduate, you will need to put in a lot of hard work. Don't expect to excel at every class. All students are different, and you may find that what comes naturally to you is very difficult for someone else. It's important to not let your classes and studying time dominate your life. Socialize, make friends. Take the time to relax once in a while. I highly recommend joining a club when you get the chance. We host a variety of fun clubs that you can attend in your free time, take part in activities, and meet new people. Finally, to wrap up my little speech, I need to tell you what to expect at exam time. The Academy runs exams twice during the year. You can expect an exam each semester. The key attributes we assess you on are magic, alchemy, perception, and expertise. It's important to focus on raising these attributes during your study time. You can improve your attributes with theory or practice. There's no wrong way to go. Reading books, taking time to study, practicing spells, performing alchemy, all of these activities will help you improve your attributes. You may find that other activities outside of school will also help you out. Be sure to explore and find out what works best for you. If your key attributes are high enough to come exam time, you'll no doubt perform very well. So as long as you work hard at improving yourself, you have no need to stress. Should you fail your exams, well, let's not go into that today, okay? I'm sure you'll all succeed with flying colors. Satomi smiles widely at the class. Everyone seems to be in a good mood after hearing her passionate speech. I run through the subjects she talked about in my head. Magical history, practical magic, alchemy. They all sound fairly interesting. I get the feeling I'll enjoy practical magic the most. After all, isn't that about casting spells and seeing real magic happen before your eyes? Satomi wraps up her little speech with a few heartfelt quotes from some famous magical girls, or something along those lines. I started getting hungry, so I began to zone out. Before I knew it, I'm being shuffled out of the classroom by Hikari. All the other students are leaving too, and Yue's following behind. Hikari pulls me aside in the corridor. So, Rex, what do you think? Everything sounds so exciting, right? Yeah, I actually think I'll enjoy my time here. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. I have a feeling we'll have most of our classes together, so we can always help each other out with our studies. I notice Yue standing off to the side of the corridor. She's glancing at her phone absent-mindedly. I get the feeling she's not one to make friends easily, and she doesn't seem to know anyone at this school. Maybe I should make an effort and invite her to hang out with Hikari and myself. I'm super excited about magical history class. I want to learn about all the famous magical girls from history, like Jeanne d'Arc and Cleopatra. I let Hikari trail off as I wander over to Yue. Oi. Yue looks up from her phone, somewhat taken aback. I wasn't waiting around for you or anything like that. I don't know anyone here. It's all right, don't sweat it. Sorry about running into you this morning. Yue almost gives me a smile. It's okay. I'm glad I met at least one new person today. Me too. If you don't mind, you're more than welcome to hang out with myself and Hikari. Thank you. I'd like that. I'd feel more comfortable having a few friends around. Hikari stomps over to us in a huff. Rex, I was in the middle of talking to you and you just walked away. Who taught you to be so rude? It certainly wasn't me. Sorry, Hikari. I figured I should properly introduce you since we'll be taking classes together. Hikari, this is Yue. And Yue, this is my little friend, Hikari. Your little friend? Is that all I am to you? Known each other for how many years now? The amount of disrespect I get from you is incredible. All right, I'm sorry, Hikari. Yue, Hikari is my childhood friend. We've known each other forever. Oh, it's nice to meet you, Hikari. Nice to meet you too. Since we're all new here, we should all be friends. Makes school more fun, right? Yeah. That sounds good, Rex. Yue then does something I didn't expect. She bows formally to Hikari. Hikari, I hope we can be good friends. Please take care of me. I'm taken aback by her formality and politeness. Even Hikari has a shocked look on her face and can only offer a stuttering reply. Thank you. I hope we can be good friends. Yue offers Hikari a warm smile, then blushes a little and goes back to burying her face in her phone. Guess she got a bit embarrassed. Hey, who wants something to eat? Rex is paying today. Oi! Hikari and Yue chuckle at my expense before dragging me out to lunch. After we stuffed our faces with food, the three of us returned to class. The rest of the afternoon was filled with a tour of the school grounds and an introduction to the optional subjects we could enroll in. All in all, it was a pretty full-on day, even though our actual core classes haven't begun yet. The teachers wrapped up the day at about 3 p.m., telling us to go on our merry way and get some rest for tomorrow. Hikari offered to walk home with me, so we said goodbye to Yue, who was heading in the opposite direction. Before long, Hikari and I found ourselves out front of my place. So, all in all, what do you think of your first day? I'm liking it so far, even though we haven't started learning any magic yet. Yes, well, from tomorrow on, it's classes as normal, so you best be prepared. I don't... Oh, click too fast, click too fast. Don't want to catch you slacking and letting your grades drop. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Thanks. By the way, what do you think of Yue? Oh, she's nice. Oh, shit. I suppose so, though a little hard to talk to, don't you think? With people like Yue, you never know what they're thinking. Might be best to be careful around her. I give Hikari a nod, though I'm not too worried. I've seen a side of Yue that Hikari hasn't seen, even if that side's just underwear. At the very least, I know Yue can let her guard down. Anyway, I think I should have an early night. And we need to be up bright and early tomorrow. Don't want a repeat performance of you being late. Yeah, roger that. I'll set my alarm extra early. Make sure you do. Hikari beams her familiar smile, then skips away. See you tomorrow, classmate. I wave sheepishly as Hikari goes on her way. I should head inside too and rest up. After all, tomorrow's another school day. Should probably save here. Let's see, we're into the third hour of streaming here, chat. Let me see what other games that we have, because we've had a lot of them. Let's see. What else did we have? We had Nekopada. Let's see what else we have. Love Decision? Sakura Succubus 4? Let's keep going one more day on this one and then we'll switch over. For some reason, I'm much more energetic this morning. Maybe it's because I have a clear idea what's in store for today. I had a pretty good day yesterday. Woke up on time, brushed my teeth, even took a shower. Silky clean. After putting on my brand new academy uniform, my phone beep-booped a nice tune to let me know about an incoming text message. I check the screen and my eyes are assaulted by a hailstorm of animated emojis. Good morning, sleepyhead. Mum had to leave early for work today. I don't want to eat breakfast alone. Can I come have breakfast with you, yes or no? And no doubt this is from Hikari. She always texts like this. I heave a sigh and send her a one-letter reply. N. Before I can even put my phone down, a reply pops up on the screen. Meanie, be nice to me. Classic Hikari. Second reply follows. By the way, I'm outside. I don't find that very amusing. Seriously, if I didn't know her so well, I'd swear this girl has issues with boundaries. I head towards the front door and open it up. I'm greeted by a gentle breeze. The fresh spring air is crisp this morning. Feels nice on my skin. Hikari's standing there, glaring angrily at her phone. A single cherry blossom petal is stuck in her hair. I can't believe you don't want me over for breakfast. Next time I won't ask, I'll just show up. Pretty much the same as right now. Shh. Don't want to hear it. Now move out of the way. I'm making us pancakes. Well, can't complain about that. Hikari's pretty good at making pancakes, even if she just uses the pre-made mix from the store. Hikari heads into the kitchen and starts humming as she prepares breakfast. I decide to sit down at the table and just wait for Hikari to expend her energy. Doesn't take her too long to finish cooking. When she's done, she brings 2 plates of delicious-smelling pancakes to the table. Ta-da! Pancakes a la Hikari, my family's secret recipe. You bought the pre-made mix from the store, didn't you? Yes, but I added sugar. It's a secret ingredient. I poke my tongue out at her and dig in. Sure enough, the pancakes are delicious. Nice and fluffy. Somehow, all the instant food Hikari makes taste way better than when I make it myself. Maybe she adds sugar to everything. Maybe even instant noodles. Hikari has a mouthful of food when she decides to tell me one of her trademark weird stories. I had a dream about you last night. We were together walking through a dark and eerie forest. I was so scared, but you were brave. You told me no one could hurt me as long as you were around. So that made me feel better. Till we ran into an evil witch. The witch said, "Eat this cauldron of boiled mushrooms or I'll place a wicked curse on you." You refused to eat the disgusting concoction. So the witch pulled out her wand and pointed it at you. Zap, boom, tazam. You transformed into a gross mushroom. The witch cackled and disappeared into the darkness. I looked at your disgusting mushroom face, saw you still had eyes and a mouth. Even as a mushroom, you still had your usual dopey look. Made me really happy that you were still yourself. Weird dream, right? Yes. But it got me thinking, if you turned into a talking mushroom, what will you do with yourself? What would I do if I was the talking mushroom? I'd find a nice hot spring and have a soak until it became soup. That's kind of silly answer I was hoping for. Affection increased by 1 point, chat. Congratulations to me. You always know how to answer my random questions. Thanks, Rex. Hikari and I both finish eating. It was a good breakfast, that's for sure, though I can't help but feel a little sleepy after packing my face full of food. Hikari must be feeling the same way because she begins to yawn. Little cherry blossom petal that was stuck in her hair flutters down and lands on an empty plate. Oh, look! I'm so happy the cherry blossoms are in season again. This is my favorite time of year. The trees look so pretty. Hikari's face turns red and she blushes. I'm glad we get to go to school together in the springtime. Such a wonderful dream come true. I return Hikari's smile and I have to admit, I feel the same way she does. It really is a nice time of year. And the perfect season for a new beginning. Oh, snap. We have to get going or we'll be late. Well, here we go again. The mad rush to get to school on time, even though I woke up early this morning. If we're late today, at least I can place the blame on Hikari's absurd mushroom dream story. We grab all of our stuff and hastily make our way to the door. Standing next to the school gate is a familiar face from yesterday. Oh, good morning. I get the feeling she was waiting for us here, too nervous to venture into the school alone. Luckily, Hikari and I keep doing that. I keep hitting that button too quickly. I managed to get there just in time. Yue is holding a nicely decorated box in her hands. I assume it's a bento lunchbox. I made some sweets for us to share today. Would you be interested in meeting up for lunch? Hikari literally jumps with joy. Sweets? I love sweets. Let's have lunch together. I nod and smile. Thanks, Yue. It sounds like a wonderful idea. Yue's face turns red and she shyly lowers her head. I'm glad. I'll look forward to it. But for now, we need to get to class. March, march. We make our way to our first class. Good morning, new students, and welcome to your first magical history class. My name is Iseline Arcane. I'll be your teacher for this class. It is my duty to ensure you pass your exams and move on to become second-year students. As I'm sure you can tell from my accent, I'm not originally from Japan. No, I was born in Brazil, a country that many of you will know is famous for its culture, magic, and wonder. I don't think I can do a Brazilian accent. I'm not even really sure. Yeah, I'm not confident with the Brazilian accent. This would be something that I would have to bring my Brazilian VTuber friends on. Which, Ferry, Artem, may need a little help with this one. Indeed, many famous magical girls have emerged from Brazil over the years. It's safe to say that Brazil is second only to Japan in terms of the amount of magical girls it produces. You got that right. Magical girls, as I'm sure you know, have existed for centuries. Without them, the world would surely fall into disrepair. After all, it is a magical girl's duty to banish evil in all of its forms. However, I'm not here to teach you about banishing evil. I'm here to teach you about the origins of magical girls. Now, before we study where we all came from, it might be a good idea to examine where we are now. In today's world, evil is a rare thing to come across. Because of that, the average magical girl spends a majority of her time contributing to society instead of engaging in combat. There are currently 3 jobs that are considered to be most popular among magical girls. They are, in order of popularity, musical idol, doctor, and finally, teacher. You might be wondering why these 3 jobs are the most popular. Well, I think I can explain the reasons behind that. Many magical girls can pursue careers as musical idols. I'm sure you're all familiar with some of the famous idols on the music charts at the moment. Because of their abilities, magical girls are able to entertain like no other. Some idols use their power to put on grandiose shows with fireworks and lights, while others put their skills to use to enhance their singing voice or produce music without instruments. Magical girls with supportive and healing abilities tend to tackle careers as doctors. Their unique powers make patients feel better again in no time. This is a noble career choice and makes a positive impact on many people's lives. Lastly, becoming a teacher is a noble pursuit. Much like myself, we use our knowledge of the magical arts to help mold the youth of the future. During your time here at the Academy, you'll likely ask yourself over and over again what you aim to do once you graduate. Picking any of these 3 professions I've talked about today is an excellent choice, but be aware, these jobs are in high demand and you'll have a lot of competition. Now, Isaline continues on with her lesson. I'm definitely fascinated by her words, but Hikari's pancake breakfast has taken its toll on me and making me very, very drowsy. I'll do my best to stay awake through the rest of the lesson. Oh, thank God. The bell rings for lunch. When we exit the classroom and head to lunch, I feel a gentle tug at my shoulder. I turn to look, and my eyes meet Yue's. Hi. Oh, hello. Did you enjoy that class? Yes, it was very interesting. Must have written 20 pages of notes. 20 pages? How could you write so much in our first lesson? I'm not sure. I think I just write quickly. How many pages of notes did you write? 1, maybe? Yue looks at me with disappointment. Well, if you need to look over my notes, you're more than welcome. I smile and nod. Hikari is the last person to shuffle out of the classroom. She's mumbling something about wanting to become a musical idol and not a doctor. Hey, Hikari, you okay? She looks taken aback. I'm fine. I'm just chatting to the teacher about which career path I should take. Already? It's the second day of class and you're already thinking about your career. Well, of course. I mean, can't just drift aimlessly. I need to have a goal. You should start thinking about your future too, Rex. Nah, I'm good. Yue giggles a little. Hikari looks flustered, but I can tell she doesn't want to get into a heated argument in front of Yue. Hikari changes her demeanor completely when she sees the box of sweets Yue showed off this morning. She sidles up to Yue, a devious expression crossing her face. Hey, Yue, do you want to share some sweets with us? I roll my eyes at Hikari's predictable behavior. To say she has a sweet tooth is an understatement. To Yue's credit, she just smiles and nods. I brought these sweets for all of us, so I'm really looking forward to sharing with you both. Jackpot! Let's go find somewhere to eat. Hikari dashes off, practically dragging Yue and I behind her, We rush at full speed through the Academy's winding hallways until we reach the cafeteria. Hikari takes one look inside and sees that it's jam-packed full of noisy students. Without missing a beat, she continues on, still dragging us behind her. We hit a stairwell, and she jumps up 2 stairs at a time. I try to ask where we're going, but she ignores me completely. After we bound up to another couple of stairwells, Hikari throws a door open and we spill out onto the rooftop. Whoa, hang on. It's completely silent up here. No other students in sight. Perfect. This can be our lunch hangout. You've got that right. That is perfect. Look at that view. It's incredible. Amazing. It's not bad, I have to admit. There's a few places to sit. The air's nice and fresh up here. A couple of birds perching on a ledge, minding their own business. One of them hoots at us as Hikari sits a little too close. Now, Yue, what do you have for us? He's salivating at the simple thought of the sweets that Yue brought. Well, Yue opens up the beautifully wrapped box she's been tucking underneath her arm. She removes the lid to reveal a neatly organized selection of homemade treats. Hikari's eyes dazzle as she takes in the bounty before her. There are sweet rice cakes, red bean mochi balls, green tea-flavored candies, chocolate-drizzled chestnuts, and a few slices of fresh watermelon. Oh, yes, please. I'll take one of each. Goodness gracious, red bean mochi balls. I haven't had those in ages. I'm overdue. Green tea-flavored candies. I love green tea-flavored sweets. Any sweets. I mean, it's perfect, especially if you can mix it in like with a cake mix or something. A matcha cake. So good, especially with like a really like sweet vanilla cream frosting or something like that. Chef's kiss. Absolutely wonderful. Fresh watermelon. Oh my god, fresh watermelon. Oh, so good. Chocolate drizzled chestnuts. You almost can't get those unless... I mean, you almost can't get chestnuts unless it's around Christmas time. Roasted chestnuts are just something else. But chocolate drizzled chestnuts. Oh, take me away to food heaven. God, that sounds so good. Yue, did you make all of these? Yes, well, except the watermelon, of course. Everything looks amazing. Can't believe it. I have to try one of everything. I just have to. Yue seems to take Hikari's greed as a compliment, and she smiles proudly. She offers the box to Hikari, officially giving her the go-ahead to jump in. I wait for Hikari to finish grabbing a few fistfuls of sweets before I selectively pick out the best-looking mochi balls and chocolate chestnuts. Thanks, Yue. Everything looks really good. Yue smiles again, possibly even more than she did for Hikari. I bite into a mochi ball and let the sweet red bean paste fill my mouth. The flavor is incredible. It's unlike anything I've ever tasted before. Yue must have a real knack for making sweets. This is amazing, Yue. Thank you for sharing with us. Oh, I'm more than happy to share. You two are my newest friends, so I'm glad I can make something you both like. I chomp on a few chestnuts and take a look over at Hikari. There's chocolate all over her face and watermelon juice dripping from the tip of her nose. I just shake my head and continue to enjoy the treats. Yue doesn't seem to be eating anything. He's just smiling, watching me enjoy myself. At first, it seemed weird she didn't want to eat anything. But when I really think about it, she'd probably taste test most of this stuff and get sick of it easily. I don't give it any more thought. When the box of sweets is completely empty, I let out a sigh of satisfaction and take a seat on an old milk crate. Thank you so much, Yue. I really enjoyed the sweets. You're very welcome, Lord Rexworth. I nudge Hikari to encourage her to thank Yue, but she seems to be in a food coma and is fast asleep. Still a lot of chocolate on her face. Sorry about Hikari. She can be a bit, herself. It's not a bother. I can tell she liked the food, so for me that's the best thanks I can get. Now, where did you learn to make stuff like that? I don't know, to be honest. I guess I just read a lot and pick things up here and there. No one ever really showed me how to make sweets. Interesting. Well, I look forward to having more next time. Of course. So, your lordship, do you have a girlfriend? Or a boyfriend? I'm shocked by Yue's sudden forwardness. Can't believe this shy girl just straight up asked if I'm seeing anybody. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay, you don't have to answer me. I was just trying to make conversation. No, it's alright. You don't need to be sorry. No, you really don't need to be sorry, darling. This is girlfriend material right here, chat. No. Scratch that, she may very well be waifu material. I mean, isn't she just adorable? I mean, the braiding in her hair. The fact that she has just these iconic looking anime girl thighs and, I mean, the glasses. Those lovely eyes. And the booba. Can't forget about the booba. Wait, what did I say? The truth is, I don't have either. I'm single right now. Oh, is that so? Then what do you look for in a person? What do I look for in a person? I should answer truthfully. I like shy girls with glasses. Oh, really? I didn't think that's what you'd be into. Yes. Affection increased by 1 point. Well, thank you for telling me. Just so you know, I'm single too. You damn well better be. And I thought it'd be nice to find a partner during my time at the academy. Sold! We're getting married. That's pretty much my goal too. I want to have a girlfriend by New Year's Eve. It's my ultimate dream. Yue grins widely. A partner by New Year's Eve. That's a good dream. Maybe I'll make it my goal too. Yue seems to be kind of into me. Wonder if I'm reading the situation right. Though, can't really make a move with Hikari pretending to be asleep right next to us, and it would probably be a good idea to get to know Yue better before I ask her to be my girlfriend. I'll give some time. At the very least, she seems to like me a lot, so that's a great start. Yue and I are smiling broadly at each other when we hear the bell resound throughout the school. Oh, pity we have to leave behind this lovely view. I mean, both her and the actual view behind her. Is this what it's like out in the more provincial towns of Japan? Most of my travels over there have been in Tokyo, though I'm hoping to change that the next time I go. Oh, looks like our lunch break's over. Well, we better get to our next class. I shake Hikari and she awakens abruptly. No, what's happening? Wake up, sleepyhead. We need to go to our next class. But I haven't had proper lunch yet. I've only eaten sweets. You should have thought about that before you devoured your weight in chocolate. Yue and I laugh at Hikari's chocolate-faced expression. We all head downstairs on our way to the next class. Finally home. Rest of the day went by pretty quickly. Ended up taking Yue's advice and started writing more notes during other classes. Now I have a good 2 or 3 written pages. Once school wrapped up for the day, I said goodbye to Hikari and Yue and returned home. I'm feeling pretty exhausted. Guess that's what 2 days of classes will do to you when you're not used to studying. I suppose I'll get some dinner, have an early night. After all, it's only Wednesday tomorrow. To get through the rest of the school week before I can relax. And it's hump day. Use the time before school each morning to prepare for the day ahead. From your bedroom, you can view the calendar and check your friends' schedules. Plan your day according to the schedule of who you want to spend time with. Extra morning routine options will open up later in the game. I've got some time before school. What should I do? We're going to save. And going to go back to our introductory screen. Put this down. Bring our music back up for a moment. And let's try another game. Let's try Sakura Succubus. We went from magical girls, now we're going to transition over to succubi. Let's get this captured in a window. Is that going to fit? Ah, perfect fit. Perfect. The setting sun casts a rosy glow upon the undulating ocean. Dark blue waves lap across the shore, churning themselves into white foam. The sand shimmers, fine and golden, in the last vestiges of the sunlight. It is a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Damn right it is. Perfect. Look at that. Look at those abs. This girl works out. I can dig it. For the woman who stands in the sand, her arms outstretched, might be even more beautiful. Might? She is. Forget about the rest of the view. Let's just look at her. Her hair is tied into a messy ponytail, which flutters as she turns. Her cropped shirt is tied beneath her bust, exposing her taut stomach, rigid from years of intense workout sessions. Intense, I'll bet. Her thighs are similarly exposed, owing to her short shorts, which don't leave much to the imagination. And that's all right. She's wearing a navy cap on her head and a dazzling smile on her face. The sort of smile that could enchant any man. Well, she's certainly enchanting me already. The sunlight illuminates her green eyes so they shine like stained glass. The laughter that bubbles from her throat is contagious. The scene playing out before my eyes is movie perfect. The best advertisement for a week-long holiday of sun and surf I've ever seen. This woman is no model, though she's taken part in photo shoots for various newspapers and magazines. She's a sporting celebrity, the tennis star, Hazel Williams. She's left her racket behind for the present, however, and now she turns to look at me, her arms outstretched. It's the beach! We finally made it! I can't wait to spend more time with you, Hiroki. Let's have a blast. Now, you're probably wondering why Hazel Williams, the esteemed tennis star, has gone on a summer vacation with nobody like myself. With a nobody like myself. To be quite honest, I'm surprised about this turn of events too. My name is Ogasawara Hiroki, and once my life was decidedly ordinary. I lived in a small apartment in Tokyo and worked as a photographer for the Sakura Daily. I was wedged firmly under the thumb of my overbearing boss, and I did everything he asked without question, though not without complaining behind his back, naturally. My commute to the office was long and arduous, as were my hours. I often had to work overtime, even during the weekends. I was so busy trying to make ends meet, I didn't have time to unwind on the beach, much less go on dates. It had been years since I'd had a partner. I simply didn't have the time or the motivation. Working your ass off 24/7 can really put a damper on your love life. I'd fallen into a rut of work and sleep, on constant repeat, which I couldn't escape from. I felt trapped. Until one night, I ran into Japan's top idol, Ikue Ayu, after one of her concerts. It was a chance encounter, but it changed my life irrevocably. I learned that Ayu is, in fact, a succubus, as are many other famous women in Japan's entertainment industry. I wonder if there's a meta-commentary here, chat. For some reason, my scent is particularly attractive to succubi. After Ayu showed an interest in me, her sisters flocked to my side. Now, I'm being courted by 6 different succubi. There's Ayu, the famous idol, Marina, the wealthy businesswoman, Cosmos, the ditzy social media star, Hifumi, the elegant actress, Hazel, the energetic sporting star, and Yue, the ruler of the succubus realm. It's a lot for one guy to keep abreast of, but I think I've been doing a decent job. My newfound connections with Japan's elite have boosted my boss's regard for me, and I recently received a pay raise. As a wise man once said, a person's value is not determined by what they know, it's who they know. My sudden status boost has turned a lot of my colleagues against me, but, well, I try not to think about that. It's pretty easy to forget my coworkers' malicious stares and mutinous whispers when I'm with my harem of succubus lovers. Hazel, in particular, is a lot of fun to be around. It's rare to see her without a sunny smile, and her energetic demeanor never fails to lift my spirits. It's been so long since I last had a break. Can't remember the last time I went to the beach. This is so exciting! This beach is located in Okinawa. We had to take a plane here. I'm pretty tired, but Hazel's making such a cacophony of funny noises I can't help but laugh. I expect you've got a lot of R&R to catch up on, eh? What? Oh no! Life's too short to rest and relax, Hiroki. I want to be up at the crack of dawn every day so I can enjoy the beach to its fullest. But you wake up early every morning as it is. Don't you ever want to take a break? I can take a break when I die. I want to get a whole load of jogging in while I'm here. Plus, I want to swim a lot. I think I'd like to get at least 3 hours a day and maybe more. 3 hours? I recoil, alarmed. Looking at the counter, I've been at this for about 3.5 hours, chat. That doesn't sound like a vacation at all. Might as well have stayed in Tokyo. Well, I guess I could have, yeah, but you said you were going to the beach. I wanted to tag along for the ride. The gym I go to might have a pool, but it's nowhere near as nice and spacious as this beach. I was given this opportunity, so I got to make the most of it. That's, pretty persevering of you. Well, good luck with your tropical workout routine. I'll cheer you on from the sidelines. Huh? Hazel pouts. Aren't you going to join me, Hiroki? Do I have to? I'd like it if you did. Getting a bit of exercise should be good for you. Swimming's especially good. Works out all your core muscles. What, you saying I need to exercise? No, not at all. You look great the way you are. Really, you do. But it never hurts to be mindful of your health. Maybe you have a point. Well, you really think so? That's a nice change from the norm. But Though I'm glad you cared about my health so much, I don't know if I want to keep pushing myself. I was hoping to lie on a beach town and sip cocktails all week. You're a man after my own heart. Marina, the second member of my entourage, smiles, and she sidles up to me. She winds a bronzed arm through my own, her bust pressed against me. Nerd, and says, "You can wake up at 6 in the morning and run yourself ragged if you wish, Hazel. Nobody's stopping you." Hiroki and I will be spending our free time together, however. Huh? That ain't fair. You can't keep them all to yourself, Marina. Just watch me. Marina squeezes my arm more tightly. It's painfully obvious after your little exchange that Hiroki would far rather relax with me than work up a sweat with you. When it comes to business, both sides must learn to compromise. You're incapable of doing that, and must therefore lose the privilege of spending time with my dear Hiroki. For an athlete, you are woefully inflexible. I don't want to exercise either. I don't like getting sweaty. I don't even know how to swim. Cosmos, another member of our vacation party, slinks up to me and takes my other arm. Would you mind teaching me, Hiroki? I bought a new swimsuit for this trip and I'd like to show it to you. It'd be too sad if I never had a chance to wear it. Oi, why are you asking Hiroki about swimming when you could ask me? I'm the sporty one here. Well, you're too sporty. You don't know when to stop pushing. Your devotion's impressive, but it's a little scary. I could never measure up to you. I'd rather have Hiroki teach me. Oh, shot down. How sad. I wanted to see you thrashing about in the water, all helpless and awkward. You're a total cutie, but I bet you'd look even better wet. I've heard my fans tell me that, yes. Cosmos frowns. Are you flirting with me? Maybe a teeny weeny bit. Why? I don't get it. I thought you were in love with Hiroki. I don't discriminate. I love handsome guys like Hiroki, but I also love cute girls too, and sexy girls and mature women. My tastes are broad and all-encompassing. My. I did not know you were so easygoing. I must admit, I'm somewhat curious. You consider me attractive too? Sure do. You're very elegant here for me. But you're not all cool and tough and approachable like Marina. You've got a sweet side, and there's a big gap between your public persona and your private one. Usually you wear those fancy long-sleeve kimonos, but you've dressed down for our beach getaway. That off-the-shoulder shirt is adorable, and I never knew you wear glasses. My eyesight's not the best when I assume my human form. I wonder if that's a side effect of playing Karuta for so many years. Should I have worn contact lenses instead? You don't need to bother with them. I think the glasses make you look great. Can't resist a cutie who wears glasses. It goes for you too, Hiroki. Well. They're a major charm point. Glasses are popular in social media. I wear them sometimes in my photo shoots. I have a lot of empty frames. Maybe I should have brought a pair with me. Cosmos glances down at herself. Unlike Hifumi, Hazel, and Marina, who are wearing casual attire, Cosmos looks the same as always. Compared to Hifumi, who usually wears a kimono, and Marina, who's often in a business suit. Cosmos doesn't have much to change into. Her job doesn't require her to wear any particular uniform, so she wears casual clothes around the clock. Should I have changed up my look? If it ain't broke, don't fix you. You look fine the way you are. I bet Hiroki thinks you look adorbs too. Do you really think I'm adorbs, Hiroki? The adorablest. Cosmos blushes fiercely. Thank you, Hiroki. You really are the best boyfriend ever. I'm so glad I came on vacation with you. You can teach me how to swim, and we can eat ice cream, and I'll take lots and lots of selfies. This'll be a blast. And you can sip cocktails in the shade with me when you're tired of babysitting Cosmos. I promise I'll show you a good time. I bet you will, darling. And maybe we can go jogging together, provided you're not too tired. I wouldn't want to force you into anything, but shouldn't knock what you haven't tried. If you do decide to join Hazel on her early morning jogs, you may alleviate your aches and pains with me. Invitation accepted, darling. I have no qualms against being used as the lap pillow. In fact, I quite enjoy it. I like these girls. I like them a lot. I'm looking forward to pampering you, my dear Hiroki. I'll bet you are, and I want to let you. I'll cook for you, clean for you, perhaps I'll even sing you to sleep at night if you would allow it. Yeah, we're getting married. I'd like to announce my marriage to the future Lady Rexworth Hifumi here. Looks like my time's been divvied up already. I might be on a vacation, but I've still got a harem of succubi to please. Hazel, Marina, Cosmos, and Hifumi, all anxious to spend time with me. Hey, you guys, aren't you forgetting someone? And they're not the only ones. Ikue Ayu, the first succubus I met, well, technically she's the second, but that's a complicated story, is standing a few feet apart from the others, her hands on her hips. Her brow is furrowed, and she doesn't look at all pleased by this turn of events. It's disgraceful the way you cling to Hiroki like that. You ought to have more self-respect. He's my cameraman first and foremost, and he didn't come here to be beholden to your selfish wishes. Remember who arranged this trip, and remember whose beach this is. All of this. Ayu gestures dramatically about the beach with one arm. Belongs to me. I bought this beach with my hard-earned money, as well as the luxurious beach house you'll be residing in. I invited you here out of the goodness of my heart, which means I should decide our schedule. I'm the one in charge, and I want Hiroki to spend all of his time with me. Now step away from him. What? That's not fair. Hiroki's my boyfriend, and he's my darling. He's my future husband. Damn right I am. And my #1 fan. Damn, now I'm being swamped by gasping arms. Cosmos and Marina clinging to my either side, while Ayu is my front, Hazel and Hifumi my back. They keep tugging at me, my limbs are going to pop clean out of their sockets. Being loved by so many succubi. Well, might sound like a dream come true, and in many respects it is. These girls really have to learn how to share. Hashtag first world problems, am I right, chat? Things are awkward enough as it is, and the sixth member of my harem isn't even here. Yue is the succubus princess, and as such she doesn't get vacations, still ruling her people from their dark, drilly realm where the sun never rises. Wonder how awkward things would be if she was here too. Time out, time out. Step back for a second. You don't need to squeeze me that hard. Hazel, and Ayu, your nails are digging into me. Do you want to tear me into pieces? If there was 5 of you, it'd be easy to share you between us. But those individual pieces of Hiroki would be quite useless, surely, if they would not embrace us. You can divide assets cleanly amongst business partners, but dividing people is another matter. I don't want a piece of Hiroki, I want all of him. You can have all of me, you can all have all of me. Sure, I can't spend every waking hour with all of you, but we can try and work something out. I won't pick favorites, I won't leave any of you out. So please, don't fight. I'd rather not die before I've had a chance to enjoy my holiday, and I doubt you want that either. Sometimes you annoy me so much I wish you'd drop dead, but Ayu steps back, abashed, folds her arms across her chest. I guess not, no. It's as if Hifumi says, your value as a human being is minimal, even as one fully functional piece. You'd be utterly worthless if you were split into 5 non-functional pieces. I didn't phrase it quite like that, Ayu. Maybe not, but it's what you meant. I got the gist. I'd like to keep you all to myself, but Ayu sighs. I can see that it is impossible. This is supposed to be a holiday, so I'll try to behave myself. Good girl. Goodness me. I never thought I'd hear you say something like that. That's enough to make me wonder whether my ears are playing tricks on me. Maybe you are hearing things. You are pretty old. What was that? Oh, nothing, nothing. I hope that was nothing for your sake, young lady. Marina scowls at Ayu, who seems to know how best to push all her buttons. A few tense moments pass, filled with the sound of the surf before Marina relents. Smiling anew, she shakes her head and says, "In many respects, you are the same shallow, self-interested, spoiled brat you've always been. But when Hiroki is involved, you do yourself a great credit. He seems to bring out the best in you." How do you mean? His company has soothed some of your rough edges. When you're with him, you become less confrontational. It's easier to talk sense into you. You become capable of thinking about more than just yourself. You really have changed, are you? You never would have allowed me to visit your private beach in the past. When I last came here, it was without your permission. I never thought you'd invite me back of your own volition. Oh, yes. I remember that. Ayu's expression darkens. I've been to Ayu's private beach once before at her behest. She asked me to take several photos of her for the Sakura Daily in a cute swimsuit. I hastened to meet her expectations, but as soon as it transpired, Ayu and I were not the only ones on her beach. Marina and Cosmos, who'd also begun to show an interest in me, crashed our private photo shoot. I think they were worried Ayu being so egotistical would try to take me away from them. Ayu said several unflattering things to Marina, largely about her age and the insecurities thereof, which Marina did not take kindly. I don't think I'll forget that in a hurry. Judging by the way Ayu's patting her behind, I don't think she'll forget that in a hurry either. Don't think I've forgiven you for that, Marina. You were out of line. I only did what I felt I must protect my image. You were defaming my good character, and as such deserved to be punished. I was only defaming you, as you put it, Ayu makes quotation marks with her fingers, because you showed up on my private beach unannounced. You were the one in the wrong. Could have taken you to court for that. You could have tried. Though with my expert legal counsel, I doubt you would have succeeded. What does an idol know about the law? I know that trespassing is still a crime. I'm still sore about that. Marina makes raises a neatly plucked eyebrow. So sore you decided to invite me back. Ayu pouts and stabs a finger in Marina's direction. Don't think this means I've forgiven you. It's not like I want us to be friends or anything, you dummy. I only asked you to come here because I knew you'd complain if I didn't. You'd never let me hear the end of it. I'm doing you a big favor, every single one of you, so you ought to be more appreciative. Now, bow down and tell me how wonderful I am. That laugh sounds kind of strained, Are you okay? I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me, nothing at all. You guys are the weirdos. Maybe you're right. Maybe we are weirdos, but there's worse things a person can be. Of course you would say that. You never wear any underwear. Guilty as charged. Ooh, nice. But I don't see what that's got to do with anything. The waves are clear, the beach is golden, the breeze is nice and warm. We've come to a great spot, so let's set aside our grievances, make a bunch of happy memories. Hiroki's going to teach me how to swim, and we'll go jogging. I have cocktails with your name all over them, dear Hiroki. I like Marina. Woman after my own heart. I don't really want to share, like I said, but I know you work hard for a puny human, and I do want you to have fun. That's why I invited you on this trip, so, well, Ayu's voice trails off. She frowns. It's not like Ayu to hem and haw. She's a self-possessed woman, and when she wants something, she takes it. She doesn't often pay much heed to what other people want, or about their feelings. But Marina is right. She has changed over the last few months. Ayu put her safety on the line to rescue me from a particularly tense situation. Since that day, she's been uncharacteristically considerate. This culminated in her inviting me and her succubus sisters on a week-long vacation on her private beach, so we can rest and relax. Ayu's voice might be shrill, her words harsh, but she's mellowed out considerably since the early days. Ahem. Ayu clears her throat. There's a brief pause, followed by the sound of the sea and the cawing of the gulls. Then she speaks up. I'll try not to interfere too much. You can spend time with the others if you like, Hiroki. But I hope you'll spend some time with me, too. I can be awkward and stubborn, and I always don't say what I mean. I don't always say what I mean, but I'm being sincere when I say I've been looking forward to this trip. I can't wait to spend more time with you. Oh, she does care. Oh, nice room. Right, let's have a look at what I've got to do. Sit on my bed in my new room, my suitcase open in front of me. I packed light on my journey. Don't have that much stuff, only the essentials. Brought underwear, of course, a few changes of clothes. Also have a beach towel, a swimming trunks, my laptop, various chargers, a couple of paperbacks. Shouldn't take too long to put all away. Stretch, do a quick survey of my room. It's expansive. Unlike anything else in our used beach house, the bed itself is huge, as is the flat screen TV on the wall. My apartment back in Tokyo is so small I doubt there'd be any space for a monitor that wide. Though, given how meager my bank account is, there's no way I'd be able to afford such a thing in the first place. The walls are inlaid with vertical windows, and beyond them, I can see the ocean surf. It's grown dark already. The sky is laden with stars. The ocean itself is dark blue, almost obsidian. It looks mysterious. It's a very nice room by anybody's standards, though there's something cold and impersonal about it. The bed's freshly made, but the sheets are cool and crisp. I doubt they felt any body heat in a while, if at all. RU rarely uses this house, and it seems likely his guest rooms have been left unused since the place was built. I'm glad IU likes me enough to put me up in such a nice room. But I do feel a bit sorry for her. It seems a waste to own such an expansive home in such a picturesque location and never invite anybody over. I'm here now, though, and I fully intend to take this bed's first time. I'll bet you do, lad. First, however, I really need to start unpacking. I'm in the middle of putting away my things when I hear a rap of knuckles on the door, coupled with a familiar voice. Do you perchance need a helping hand, darling? Can't see through the doors, but I know who it is. Based on that tone of voice, it can only be Hifumi. Sure, you can come in, but don't feel obliged to help. I don't have much to do. That's quite all right. I enjoy making myself useful. The door opens with a click, and Hifumi enters, still clad in her casual attire. Without her kimono, Hifumi looks a lot more approachable. Her violet eyes are soft behind the lenses of her glasses. Her dark hair is tied back into two pigtails. Her shirt is loose, and it's sliding off her shoulder. Her legs are encased in a pair of thigh-high stockings. Perfect. She gives off a different impression to the norm, but her mannerisms and style of speech are the same as always. Even attired thus, she's very elegant. I've seen her dressed like this once before, in the succubus realm, but I'm not quite used to it. Now I'm curious. Didn't you want to wear your kimono? I thought about it, but soon decided against it. I knew I'd be going on a beach holiday, and I don't think kimonos are appropriate attire for such an environment. I wouldn't want to get my clothes dirty. The kimonos I wear are tailor-made by specialists in Kyoto with custom-printed fabric. They're too expensive to sully. Moreover, Hifumi smiles, one hand resting against her cheek. It's been rather hot as of late. I would not like to get sweaty. I fear that would be rather embarrassing. I can't imagine you sweating, Hifumi. You seem like you'd be above such things. You always act so graceful. Thank you, dear. That's very sweet of you. Hifumi giggles. Unfortunately, I'm every bit as susceptible to sweating as anybody else. We succubi may have magic powers, but we're not immune from such inconveniences. In most regards, we're identical to humans. So, Hifumi adjusts the hem of her shirt. What do you think? I hope my current look is not a disappointment. Darling, you could never disappoint me. You'd look great in anything. Thank you very much. Hifumi bows her head politely. I also brought a swimsuit with me, which I'll wear on the beach. It's quite a conventional piece. Nothing too scandalous. I hope it's not too plain. Oh, you worry too much. I'm sure you'll look amazing. I do hope so. Marina helped me choose it, and I trust her fashion sense. She knows more about modern clothes than I do, being an ardent fan of traditional wear. The swimsuit Marina chose for the occasion is more exciting than my own. But she's better able to pull off such styles. She has such confidence in her body. Marina looks pretty great, yeah, but so do you. I'm looking forward to seeing the pair of you. Appreciate it. Hifumi smiles, then looks about my room. Ayu's home is lovely, isn't it? It's quite tasteful. Surprisingly so, yeah. I figured this place would be all pink and frilly as per Ayu's taste, but it's actually quite sophisticated. In fact, this decor looks like the sort of thing that Marina might favor. Her office had a lot of glass, too. Ayu might adorn herself in ostentatious frilly attire, but she is a lady with taste. Her aesthetics are not too far from Marina's, though I doubt she would ever admit that. Ayu does not like to be compared to others, least of all Marina. I think she has a chip on her shoulder. Ayu's always been desperate to prove herself, yeah. You notice that too? I suppose it is quite apparent. She is very easy to read. Hifumi giggles again. As for myself, I prefer classic Japanese decor. I'll choose tatami mats over carpets or floorboards any day of the week, and I like the simple elegance of sliding doors. There's so much glass here, I fear it must take a long time to clean. The design may not be the most practical, but we all have our own taste. I shouldn't be so critical when Ayu was gracious enough to let us stay here. At least the bars are in the typical Japanese style. They're very nice and deep. I'm looking forward to having a bath tonight. First, I must aid you with unpacking. Shall we start with your shirts and pants? Yeah, that'd be great. Hang them up there. I gesture to the wardrobe. If you really don't mind. Not at all. I'm happy to help. Nothing brings me more joy than caring for you. I love this woman. I love this woman. You know you spoil me too much, Hifumi. No such thing. Doting on you makes me happy. We're on holiday, so you should relax. Leave it all to me. Hifumi hums under her breath as she continues her work. She moves deftly, not a single motion wasted, and finishes with the shirts far more quickly than I could have. She really is a pro when it comes to all things household related. She's a domestic goddess. There. Hifumi wipes her hands together and steps back, admiring the row of shirts hung up in my wardrobe. Just sort out these creases. She pulls at the sleeve here and adjusts the collar there until she's completely satisfied with the fruit of her labor. Right, let me start on your pants. Or trousers, as they're more appropriately called. I shall not be a moment. Now you can begin to fold your underwear. Oh, color rises my cheeks as Hifumi picks up my trousers. It's silly to be abashed about such a thing, given everything I've done with Hifumi, but the thought of her laying her white, slender fingers upon my underwear is a bit embarrassing. What's embarrassing about it? Thanks for being so thorough, but I can handle my underwear myself. Perhaps you can, but I insist on doing it myself. No chore is too small, my dear Hiroki. Handling your underwear is a great honor. I don't think there's anything that special about it. Then we must agree to disagree. There. Now I've finished with the trousers. Your underwear is next. Hifumi affixes my suitcase with eager eyes. She looks more enthused about this than any demure Yamato Nadeshiko rightly should. She approaches my suitcase, her arms outstretched when... Oi, Hiroki! The door opens and Ayu steps in without bothering to knock. Perhaps such social niceties aren't necessary, given this is her house, but I didn't expect to see her so suddenly. I jump, as does Hifumi. What are you doing here, Ayu? I could ask you the same question. What are you doing here, Hifumi? Don't tell me you've come to pester Hiroki already. We've only been here an hour. He hasn't unpacked yet and you're already trying to make a move on him. Don't you know any shame? You might have a point there. The way Hifumi was staring at my underwear was pretty shameless. I think you're misunderstanding my intentions, Ayu. I sought Hiroki out so I might help him. I've been aiding him in his unpacking, as you should be able to see. I am not trying to seduce him. Not yet, in any case. Hifumi casts me a not-so-covert glance, grinning as she does so. You can rest easy for now. You and Hiroki both. My beloved is too tired to indulge me. I would not be selfish enough to demand his affections. That will come later. Ugh, you're so two-faced. Acting like you cared about Hiroki so much. But I know that's nothing more than a ruse. You're not nearly as nice as you act, Hifumi. You're so conniving. Ayu, you offend me. It is true my feelings for Hiroki are more ardent, the nose of a mother for her son, or a maid for her master, but that should not diminish my good intentions. I am quite innocent of any crime you may think to accuse me of. Oh, well, that's all right then. I can see I was mistaken. I guess I'll let you two cuddle all nice and cozy then. Not. Nice. We're just going to hold on this image here for a moment, chat. And just sort of soak in the details. Especially the impact of the pillow. And where it impacted. Nice. Nice. Ayu grabs hold of a pillow and swifter than lightning hurls it at Hifumi. Oof. Hifumi recoils, but this isn't enough to satiate Ayu's anger. She seizes another pillow and another and hurls them both at Hifumi in rapid succession. Thud, thud. Both pillows strike their target true upon her ample bosom, which makes Hifumi squeak. As if I'd believe you're that pure. I wasn't born yesterday. You're every bit as much of a succubus as I am, and I know precisely what you want. You're trying to steal Hiroki for yourself, while the rest of us are busy settling in. That's so underhanded. Well, I won't have it. If we're going to compete for his affections, we should at least do it fairly. Yes? You untrustworthy snake with the pointlessly large chest. What's it even for, anyway? Those melons are massive. That's the point, darling. Guys might like this sort of thing. When they get past a certain point, they become nothing but a chore. They're heavy and cumbersome, make it hard to find clothes that fit. Dresses are too tight on the top, too loose on the bottom. Most clothes squish them together so they look unflattering. Big chests are so not cute. Thud, thud, thud. Ayu continues to hurl pillows at Hifumi, alongside insults while Hifumi tries in vain to defend herself. One of Ayu's throws knocks Hifumi's glasses askew, and they almost fall off her nose, though she's able to push them up in time. All right, you've had your fun. Now things are getting out of hand. You're putting too much force in your throws. If this keeps up, you'll burst these lovely pillows, and then Hiroki's room will fill with feathers. I would not want that to happen, so Hifumi holds up one hand. Suddenly, the air in the room grows thick and gelid. Gelid? Gelid? One of Ayu's pillow projectiles freezes midair as though caught by an invisible hand. Hifumi's clothes melt away, meanwhile, to reveal her succubus attire. Lovely. Wings unfurl from her back and horns sprout from her head. Her eyes are glowing with the force of her magic though she's smiling, her expression is stern. Please, Ayu, come to your senses. Let us not fight. You're the one who convinced Lady Yue of the benefits sharing has. And you did promise earlier, when we were on the beach, that you would try to behave yourself. Marina was so very proud of you. I would hate for her opinion of you to sour over a silly peak of jealousy like this. Ayu pouts, arms folded, turns away. Using magic is a cheap way to end an argument. We should try and fight back. Throw a pillow in my face, why don't you? I have no desire to do that. Your face is one of your greatest assets, being an idol. I should not like to harm it. As if you could. They're pillows, not bricks. It may be the case, but when I take things seriously, I can be quite destructive. I fear my magic would augment my throw to a deadly degree. Even pillows can be dangerous if thrown with enough force. Remember, Ayu, I am older than you, and my magic is stronger. I do not want to hurt you. Yeah. Ayu rolls her eyes. I'm not a weak, simpering maiden, you know. I can look after myself. But I guess you're right. Got a bit carried away there. I don't like seeing you cling to Hiroki, but I've got to get used to it if we're all going to be together. Sorry for being a brat and, sorry for throwing the pillows at you, Hifumi. Hope I didn't hurt you. I'm fine, thank you for asking. And it looks like the pillows are fine too. Hifumi retracts her magical spell. The levitating pillow falls to the ground with a soft, inoffensive thump. Hifumi's succubus attire melts away as though it was never there. Her horns and wings vanish. Her casual attire knits itself anew over her body. She brushes herself down, adjusts her hair, smiles at Ayu. No harm done, so you've no need to feel guilty. I understand you have a short temper, but I bear you no ill will. Now, let's not fight. We can both love Hiroki as much as we want. I doubt he'll refuse. What do you say, dear? Yes, Hiroki, what do you say? Oh, guess it's fine if you want to cling to me. I won't push either of you away. More the merrier, right? I thought you would say that. Hifumi smiles and looks at Ayu. There, you see? No reason for despair. I may have made the first move, but Hiroki loves us all equally. Nobody should be left out during this vacation. Now, why don't we put the room back in order, and then we can help Hiroki unpack the rest of his clothes. We shall get things done much more efficiently if we work together. With a vicious pillow fight concluded and the rest of my clothes unpacked, Ayu gives me a guided tour around her beach home. She walks me through the open-plan ground floor with its sprawling kitchen and living room, the numerous bathrooms, her private cinema, and her training room. Of course, I doubt you'd need to come in here. This is where I go when I wish to practice my dance moves. It's more likely you'll be spending your time outdoors. The beach is so gorgeous it's hard to resist. My tour at an end, Ayu leads me back to my bedroom, then wishes me a good night. It's pitch black by this point, almost midnight. I feel drained, and it's with a large yawn that I collapse upon my bed. The bed is large, the mattress soft, and it sinks obligingly beneath my weight. It feels like I'm being enveloped in the arms of a very affectionate, very rectangular lover. I'm so tired I could fall asleep right now with my clothes still on. Another yawn escapes from my throat. Mindful of my manners, I press one hand to my mouth to stifle it. Not that it matters. There's nobody here other than me, myself, and I. I'm ready to pass out right now, but I feel a bit grimy after my flight. Should I take a bath first? Yeah, have a bath. Can't wait to put this off, I feel gross. Whoopsie daisy. Heave myself up with no small amount of effort. Slap my cheeks with both hands to spur myself on. Let's do this. Might sound childish, but I'm pretty excited to use my ensuite bathroom. Looks pretty fancy. Nothing like a nice hot bath to ease the aches and pains. I'm roused from my bed early the next morning by the scent of something delicious. I rise, then wash my face, brush my teeth in the ensuite bathroom. After getting dressed, I then descend to the ground floor, guided by the mouth-watering smell. It leads me as a shepherd might lead a sheep, leaving me powerless to resist. When I arrive in the open-plan kitchen-cum-living area, I'm greeted with a cozy sight. Hifumi is standing by the stove, stirring a large pot of miso soup. Wearing the same casual clothes she wore yesterday, the dark tresses tied back into two untidy pigtails. Her pink shirt's a bit on the baggy side, and it's slipping down to reveal an ample amount of her creamy white shoulder. Upon her snub nose are perched a pair of glasses, the lenses of which are slightly steamy. I've seen Hifumi cooking before. That was back when we were staying in the ryokan. The interior there was classically Japanese, as was Hifumi's attire. Her hair straight and dark, her body enrobed in a richly patterned kimono. She's giving off quite a different impression now, but it's not a bad one. It's nice seeing Hifumi like this. Right. We've been at this for 4 hours, chat. I think I need to rest my voice before it gives out. And I'm sure all of you are pretty tired as well. So let's go ahead and quick save here. And we will switch back over to this screen. We'll bring our music back up. Bring this back down. And let's find someone to raid. Who's online right now that we can raid? I don't think we've ever raided Sam for short. Let's go ahead and do that. He's playing Deep Rock Galactic. Yeah, let's do that. Righto, let's go raid Sam. And I will see all of you tomorrow here on Twitch for Sanctus Ecclesia. Until then, I'm Lord Rexworth, wishing you all the best, and God bless.